ここですか？
とりあえずここなら平気だと思う。
After the attack by the pyrokinetic woman, I had finally gotten back to Aoba dorm with Ari Mura. I could probably get treatment for my burns here.
閉まってるか。
The front door was locked. I had been so busy running that I had forgotten how late it was.
鍵まだ隠してあるといいけど。
I had been given a key to the dorm, but I didn't usually carry it on me. But back when I had lived here, there was a spare key hidden on the grounds. I decided to look for it.
あった。
Fortunately, the key was right where I remembered it. Part of me thought it wasn't a good idea to leave it in the same place all the time, but today I was grateful for that.
ほら、そこへ座って。
As I went into the exam room, Ari Mura stood hesitantly by the entrance. I motioned for her to sit in the exam chair.
その怪我の治療だけど。
ご心配なく、これくらいなら自分でできますから。
そう。
Good. I had gotten a little used to it, but I still didn't like the idea of touching her skin.
ああ、消毒液とかこれ使って。
I got some medicine, some cotton wool, and some adhesive bandages off the shelf and handed them to her. Since this was a clinic, a lot of the medicines were for use by professionals, but they were labeled in clearly written Japanese, so there was no way I could screw them up. Every time a new drug came in, it was Kurusu's job to make the label and stick it on. She always said that if she didn't, Yui, Yudo, and I might take some by accident. She had always been the type to worry about things like that. I had always been told to make sure to straighten my shoes out when I took them off, or not to put my socks in the laundry inside out. She had made me help with a lot of the cooking too, didn't she?
って何考えてんだ、僕は。
I shook my head, shocked that I was thinking about those things when something much more important was going on.
宮代先輩はここでクルス先輩たちと一緒に暮らしてるんですか？
The disinfectant must have stung because she was wincing.
暮らしてたんだよ、少し前まで。
じゃあ今は？
今は別の場所で一人で暮らしてる。
一人暮らしですか？いいですね。
まあね。有村は？
I hadn't really meant anything by it. That was just where the conversation was leading.
知りたいですか？
あ、いや、言いたくないならいいんだけど。
いいですよ、別にそれくらい。私は親戚の家で暮らしてます。実家ちょっと遠いので。
そうか。
If she was jealous of me living alone, did that mean that she wasn't getting along with her relatives?
あ、言っておきますけど、別に親戚の家でいじめられてるとか、そういう昭和のドラマみたいなことはないですから。
え？
いえ、 変に誤解されても嫌だなと思って。
別に誤解なんてしてない。
やっぱり思ってたんですね。
That's right. She had that power. Her knowing if I was telling the truth or not made things difficult.
でも
It was probably difficult for Arimura herself to know what someone was really thinking, whether she wanted to or not. That sort of explained how she acted at school. Unless she kept things on a superficial level, acting like a goofball and telling jokes, she would know what everyone really felt, and it would crush her.
はい、終わりました。先輩もどうぞ。
うん。
Since Arimura seemed to have finished, I sat down in a chair to take care of my own injuries. And at the same time, the door in the back softly opened.
誰？タクル？
Oh, no. I had hoped that Kurusu would be asleep. Well, originally I had been coming here to talk to her about something important. But after the pyrokinetics attack, I had decided against it. If she saw me injured like this, she would have worried, so I had planned to talk to her tomorrow instead.
何か音が聞こえるから気になって。こんな時間にどうし。
And then she realized that there was another girl in the room.
有村さん？お邪魔してまーす。
違うんだ、これは。
I wasn't out on some kind of weird late night date with her, and then we got into a big fight where both of us got hurt. But before I could say something which would probably only make her more suspicious, Kurusu saw us both and went pale.
二人とも怪我してるじゃない。
これは。
I knew this was coming. Her own injury hadn't healed yet, so when I saw how worried she looked, it pricked at my heart.
貸して。手当て必要なんでしょ？いいから貸しなさい。
Kurusu grabbed the medicine I was carrying and started to patch me up.
いやいや、もう大丈夫っすよ。私はもう自分で。そんな適当な処置じゃダメ。後になったらどうするの？でもは聞きません。わかったわね。はい。
Kurusu's no-nonsense attitude was enough to overwhelm even Arimura. She sat still and let Kurusu do whatever she wanted. Once she was finished, she started on me.
で、何があったの？
それは。
What was I supposed to tell her?
できるだけ驚かさないように伝えるべきなんだろうけれど。
私たち襲われたんです。
ってストレートすぎるだろ、有村。
Arimura came straight out and told her while I was hesitating.
襲われた？はい、 炎を操る力を持った女に。
Kurusu's expression started to cloud over.
だから有村、余計なこと言うなよ。
I glared at her, but Arimura just shook her head.
こういう時は変に隠すとかえって嘘っぽくなるんですよ、先輩。相手にも余計な心配をかけます。
え？
つうか、宮代先輩の嘘って私の能力なんかなくても分かりやすいですし。
有村さんの言う通りだわ。ちゃんと話して。
I guess I didn't have a choice. I told Kurusu what had just happened, carefully choosing my words so as not to scare her. While I spoke, I had flashbacks to the terror that I had felt during the attack, and my voice started to shake, but I couldn't help that.
ということで、理由は僕たちにもわからないんだ。でも、あの女は間違いなく僕たちを狙ってきた。
Everything I said sounded unrealistic, even to me, but Kurusu intently listened to every word. She just sat there and listened.
宮代先輩。
Arimura suddenly looked at me and spoke.
見えますか、それ。
え？
Only then did I notice it. I'd been so busy talking that I hadn't noticed, but something had appeared in the corner of my eye.
これは。
When I remembered the terror I had felt during the attack, had it brought this back as well? There was no mistaking it.
ディソード。
I whispered the words to myself and tried to visualize it more clearly. And then the hazy, indistinct image began to take shape. I reached out my hand toward the bizarre object, but
なんだこれ、どういうことだ？
for some reason I couldn't touch it.
タクル？何をしているの？
剣があるんだ、ここに。
剣？
やっぱり出せるようになったんですね、自分のディソード。
Arimura said.
自分の？
はい。それが先輩のディソードですよ。
ディソード。
An illusory sword that could only be seen by those with the power to make delusions real.
僕は、やっぱり能力者なのか。
だからずっと言ってるじゃないですか、そうだって。
じゃあさっきの女、あれはやっぱり僕を。
だと思います。私を狙った可能性ももちろんありますけど。
What I had been afraid of had become real. That woman, her eyes, her appearance, and her flames. The burn marks on our bodies told me this wasn't a dream. It was real. At this rate, I would be killed like the victims and no, I don't think it's the same person, buddy. I think it's someone else. I think it's someone else.
どうして？
Why was this happening to me?
有村さん。
Because her flames were too straightforward. If she had been the one to kill both of those others, they would have been burned victims. They wouldn't have died in that unique way that they did. that would not be her. She would just burn them. Kurusu suddenly interrupted our conversation.
なんでしょう。
あなたの知っていること全部私に教えて。
どうしてですか？
誰が何のためにこんな事件を起こしているのか調べるの。
おい。
Stunned, I leaned closer to Kurusu.
お前、事件には関わるなってずっと言って。
でももう遅いんでしょ。この先もタクルや有村さんが狙われるかもしれないのよね。
クルス。
I had noticed earlier that something seemed a little off about Kurusu. She had told me so many times not to get involved in anything dangerous that I was sure when I told her what had happened tonight, she would freak out. That's why even when I had fled here, I still hadn't wanted to see her. But after I had told her, instead of looking angry or raising her voice, her expression was firm and resolved.
あのね、タクル。セリカから聞いてるかもしれないけど、話しておきたいことがあるの。
ああ。
実は私、あなたに言ってないことがあって。
言ってないこと。
Told that my parents were murdered. When I had found out that the family rule at the Elba dorm, that nobody kept secrets from each other, didn't apply to me, just everyone else. When I found out I was the one person who was different from the rest of my family, and I knew Kurusu remembered it too. She had almost brought herself to the verge of saying something, but her memories came back and stopped her. She kept opening and closing her mouth, only to fall silent. I almost never saw her like this.
クルス、僕なら大丈夫だ。
I balled my hands tightly into fists, as if I was trying to tell this to myself, too.
今の僕はあの時とは違うよ。多分。だから聞かせてくれ。
タクル。
Was I just imagining things, or did Kurusu's eyes get a little wet? I couldn't bear to look at her, so I continued.
とにかく、その言ってないことってのを聞かないと、何が何だかわかんないだろ。
そうね。そうよね。ごめんなさい。
And then she slowly started to speak. This is what she said.
今度の事件、私は無関係じゃないの。
I never thought she would say something like that. Kurusu is involved in this case? What does she even mean by that?
この前、あなたたちが忍び込んだっていう病院ね。
AH 東京総合病院。
ええ、その病院の地下のこと、私、前から知っていた。
は？
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was so sudden and surprising that I didn't even follow it. The basement under AH Tokyo General Hospital. She knew about that terrifying place? Why? How?
昔千里がね。南沢千里のことよ。
南沢千里。
I had to stop myself from reaching out and grabbing her by the shoulders.
どうして彼女？
それはそのね。
Kurusu paused and looked away, and then she showed me the phone in her hands.
これよ。
There was a picture on her phone. A happy, smiling boy and two girls. The picture was old, but I recognized one of the girls as Kurusu and the boy as Kawahara-kun. And there was also a girl with them who had very gloomy eyes. It was without a doubt the girl whose data I had seen in the faculty, the one called Misawa Senri.
そうか。思い出した。南沢って名前、どこかで聞いたことがあると思ったんだ。
It was during the culture festival. Kawahara-kun had said,
特に俺とあともう一人地震で死んじまったけど、南沢ってやつはいつもクルスと一緒にいた。3人でよくつるんでたんだよ。
川原くんが言ってた。南沢って子が一緒だったって。
そう。この写真を撮った頃の私たちはいつも一緒に遊んでいたのよ。
Misawa Senri had been subjected to those awful human experiments. Used to be Kurusu's friend?
千里はね、毎週日曜日にあの病院に通っていたわ。
じゃあ、クルスは。
The back of my throat had gone dry and hurt terribly.
クルスは、あそこで何が行われていたのかも知ってたのか？
Kurusu bit her lip and nodded slowly.
当時子供だった私にはどうしようもなかったの。それが悔しくて悲しくて。
Kurusu looked down. Her face was twisted with pain, as if she was being tortured. She was a girl with a strong sense of right and wrong. Knowing that her friend was being experimented on must have been terrible for her. Did Kurusu maybe go through the same trauma that I did?
でも今はもう子供じゃない。逃げるわけにはいかないわ。私も事件のことを知っておかなきゃいけない。そうじゃないと誰も守れない。
クルス。
有村さん、お願い、全部教えて。
Was that really the right thing to do? I had put Kurusu in danger before, and now I was sending her down a dangerous path again.
仕方ないですね。
待ってくれ、有村。
I tried to stop Arimura, but Kurusu cut me off.
ねえ、タクル。
Good afternoon,
今日あなた
everyone.
たちに怪我をさせたのが誰なのか、それはわからないわ。けど、また襲ってくる可能性があるんでしょ？
Hello, Mora. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence.
何も知らないままじゃ私は何もしてあげられない。ただうろたえるだけで何もできない。そんなの嫌なのよ。だから全部聞かせて、私にも。
羨ましいですね。あ、いえ、なんでもないです。で、クルス先輩に話しちゃってもいいんですか？
ああ。
I slowly nodded.
でも有村、クルスを巻き込む前に一つだけ聞いてもいいか？
私にですか？
僕はお前のことまだよくわからない。正直信じていいのかどうかも。
なるほど、そうでしょうね。
でもなんていうか、今は悪いやつじゃないような気がしてるんだ。だから聞いておきたいんだけど。
だから何をです？
お前は少なくとも僕らの敵じゃないんだよな。お前のせいで僕の大事な誰かが死んだりしないよな。
Arimura thought for a moment as she looked at me and Kurusu in turn. And then,
まあ、さっきは宮代先輩に助けてもらいましたし、恩をあだで返すってのもどうかと思うんで誓っときます。私のことは先輩たちの味方だと思ってて問題ないですよ。
そっか。
おっと、ただしベタベタ慣れ合ったりするのとか大嫌いなんで、その辺はよろしく。
then she smiled just a little. That was probably the first time I ever saw her genuinely smile. October 12th, 2015, Monday. Shinjo looked up at the huge white building and sighed loudly. A.H. Tokyo General Hospital. After Kurusu's report, he had decided to visit it himself. It was almost midnight. Visiting hours were long over, and he didn't have an official warrant. He was here entirely of his own volition. But as he saw it, he was never getting a warrant the usual way, so this was his only shot. Normally, he would want to slowly, painstakingly build up a case, but it seemed to him that searching this hospital was so important that there just wasn't time to spare.
久野里美代の話が本当であることをまず確かめる。そうすれば令状なんていくらでも出るようになるはずだ。
After his own investigations, he had found that something strange had started happening here in 2007, 2 years before the earthquake. At the time, there was a treatment faculty in Shibuya called the Arc Heart Medical Association that was involved with some kind of cult. On the surface, it was a mental health clinic staffed with talented doctors from university hospitals. There was no way to know what they had actually been doing, but evidently some people had suspected that they were brainwashing troubled patients. But suddenly, the faculty was reborn as a hospital with a non-profit assisted living faculty, and all the doctors at Arc Heart Medical had fired were rehired at A.H. Tokyo General Hospital. And then 6 years ago, there was the new generation madness. The fifth victim in this case, Takashina Fumio, the victim of the so-called numbskull case, who had been kept alive for a week after his brain was removed, had worked at AH Tokyo General Hospital.
一体なんだこの気味の悪い符号は。
There was too much that seemed suspicious.
こういう時先輩ならどうする？
And then he shook his head. Do it your own way, that's what he would have said. Either way, Shinjo knew that if he could get proof of what was in this faculty's basement, the case would take a whole different turn. Even if there was something big lurking in the shadows behind this case, if he presented incontrovertible proof, the police would have no choice but to act. It wasn't just about the faculty after all. There were a lot of people involved too. The lives and dignity of the victims who had been turned into test subjects also mattered.
人体実験か。胸くその悪い話だ。
Every year, almost 100,000 people went missing. If some of them had been forced into these experiments, that was a big problem.
それじゃあ一ついきますか。
His voice was somehow relaxed, yet driven, as he headed into the hospital. He had learned and memorized the location of the faculty from Kunosato. He snuck in from the ER loading zone and headed to the basement. The temperature there was clearly different from the areas above. And then he went to the autopsy room.
確かここに地下への入り口があると。
He opened the breaker box and saw the card reader inside.
こいつか。
He held out the card key that Kunosato had given him. And he heard the sound of an opening door.
なるほどね。こりゃ尋常じゃないな。
There was a hidden staircase in the back of the autopsy room. A part of him hadn't believed it until he had seen it for himself, but now he was essentially sure. A normal hospital wouldn't need something like this. Shinjo stopped for a moment to take a breath, then headed down the stairs. There was an old hallway at the bottom. It smelled like mold and dust. When he turned on his penlight, he saw that was an old faculty, and the walls were falling apart.
でも間違いなくここは使われている。
If no one visits a building, it rots away. Unless someone uses it every day, it won't last long. But this place was different. It was old, but he was nearly certain someone was using it.
確かこの先だと言ってたな。
Shinjo followed the directions that Kunosato had given him as he headed toward his goal. His first stop was the monitoring room, which would have critical information on the faculty. He wanted the data on the computer there, and then he wanted to find the room where the victims of the experiments were being kept. He turned down many corridors as he headed for his destination. The cell-like rooms he saw on the way concerned him, but they could wait until later. Right now, his biggest job was to get the evidence he needed.
ここか。
Shinjo finally found the spot he was looking for. He used his card key to unlock the door. Then he swallowed and put his hand on the doorknob. When he got inside, he saw.
くそ
He quickly ran to the other room, the prison where Yamazoe Uki had kept the test subjects.
冗談じゃない。まさかまさか。
He quickly found the room and flung open the door. And then he stood still in astonishment. There was nothing there. No victims, no beds, none of the things that Kunosato had told him about. The monitoring room had been empty too. There were no security cameras, no computers, nothing at all. All that remained was the simple fact that there was nothing left at all.
なあ宮代、部活行くんだろ？
もちろん。今日はいろいろと事件について整理したいんだ。
んじゃ行こうぜ。
ああ、悪いけど先行っててくれ。
なんだ、用でもあんのか？
用ってか、今日掃除当番。
I pointed to the other students who were moving the desks and sweeping the floors.
ああ。しかしなんで生徒に掃除とかさせるんだろうな。
確かにな。そもそも生徒が学校を掃除するなんて習慣があるのは日本を含めわずかな国だけで。
ああ、ストップ。一席ぶたなくていいから。んじゃ後でな。
あったく。
Time to get this finished and head to the club room. I saw a scrap of paper lying on the floor next to the garbage bin. Someone had probably tried to throw it in the wastebasket and missed, then left it there. I really wish they would think about the people that had to do the cleaning before they did that. I took a quick look around. There was another student named Tanaka-san right nearby who was mopping up the floor. Fortunately, there was no one else around. Okay, let's try this. I visualized the scrap of paper lifting off the ground. This was more difficult than you would think. If you lost your concentration for even a moment, it wouldn't work.
どうだ、いけるか。
I took the scene I had imagined and tried to strike Tanaka-san with it. And then...
よし。
The scrap of paper floated upward, just like I had imagined. And then it floated into the garbage can.
ナイス。
I did a little victory pose.
あれ
Tanaka-san was looking around in surprise. She looked at me a little afraid.
ねえ宮代くん
あ、はい。なんですか。
今さなんか紙くずがね勝手にゴミ箱に
はあ。
手も触れてないのにゴミ箱に入ったっていうかねえ
No, 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 no. You're just imagining that, sweetheart. Don't worry about it.
まさか。
No way.
何かの見間違いじゃないですか。
Murray. No, no, no way.
うんそうだよね
You've been studying too hard. You need to go get a rest. It's okay, we can handle the cleaning. Still, she stared at the garbage can, unsatisfied.
ご ゴミ捨ててきたいんですけど、いいですか？
うん、ごめんね。
I took the garbage can out into the hallway.
もっとだ。この能力をもっと。
Oh, chapter 7 already. In time for the eroding past.
みんな揃ってるか？
It had already been 3 days since Arimura and I had been attacked by the pyrokinetic. We had been worried that she might attack us again, but until now, nothing had happened. Thanks to that, we had finally calmed down, and today I was feeling good enough to revisit what we knew about the case.
まず話を始める前に紹介。
チャオス、いつもニコニコ笑顔が一番、有村ひなえです。これからよろしくね。こちらこそよろしく。パチパチパチ。
It was still hard to keep up with the way her mood seemed to change all the time. Sarika was applauding, but no one else was. Kazuki was playing ESO2 or some other game. Like she always did, she turned around to take one look at Arimura, then went back to her computer screen.
有村は別に新聞部に入るわけじゃなく、あくまで協力してくれるということで。
一応所属は文芸部なんで、でもまあ固いことは抜きにして、とりあえず来れるときは顔出すってことで、どうか一つ。
For what it was worth, I had already told all the newspaper club members about Arimura's power.
ねえねえ、ひなちゃん、ちょっと聞いていい？いいよ。あ、でも3サイズは乙女の秘密。
有村の3サイズは別にな。
おい、こらてめえ貴様。
And then her mood changed again.
ひなちゃんってさ、どれが本当なの？明るかったり、真面目だったり、怖かったり。
そうだな。どれだと思う？
A maiden has multiple faces. There is no true side to a maiden. She is a complicated thing. Silly. You, as a maiden, should know yourself.
やだな。そこまで真剣に考え込まれてもな。ただね、一つ言えるとしたらさ、嘘か本当か分かっちゃうっていうのはセリが思ってる以上にずっと大変だってこと。こうやってふざけてないとやってらんないくらいにね。
Sarika seemed lost in thought, as if she didn't really understand.
あ、そうそう、そこのあなた。
Kazuki jumped a little.
ねえねえ彼女、君さ1年だよね。あーごめん、できれば口に出して言ってもらえるかな。
ああ、ひなちゃん、ダメだよ。はなちゃんは喋らないから。
え、そうなの？ふーん、それって喋れないってこと？
いや、そういうわけじゃないはずなんだけど、とにかく喋りたがらねえんだよ。だから俺たちもまだ一回も和樹の喋ってるとこ聞いたことなかったりしてな。
へえ、そうなんだ。
Arimura stared at Kazuki's face.
オッケーオッケー。和樹花ちゃんでいいんだよね。ってことは花でオッケー？ これからよろしく。
I had thought Arimura might have found it difficult to get along with Kazuki, but maybe I was wrong. Since Kazuki didn't talk, that might actually be easier for Arimura since she didn't have to worry about knowing if she was lying. I think Kazuki is such a straightforward being anyways, that wouldn't be a problem even so.
それじゃあ早速始めるか。
待ってくれ。その前にもう一つ言っておかなきゃいけない。実はクルスが。
遅れちゃってごめんなさい。
Kurusu opened the door and came inside. Her injury had healed, and Dad had told her that was okay for her to move around, so she had come back to school today.
副部長。
もう話始まってる？
あ、いや、俺たちは別に例の事件についての話とかこれっぽっちも。
いいんだ伊藤。
あ？
クルスも一緒に事件の解明をしてくれることになった。
え、そうなのか？
ええ、みんなのお目付け役ってところね。
Kurusu glanced at me for just a moment, worried. But it was only for a moment, and then she went back to normal.
とにかくこれまでの事件について意見を聞かせてもらうわ。少しでもおかしなところがあれば遠慮なく指摘するからそのつもりで。
The meek attitude she had had when she was hurt was gone, and now she was back to her usual self. Ito's shoulders slumped, but at the same time, he looked a little happy. She was always obnoxious, and at times a little annoying, but this is the way everyone wanted Kurusu to be.
じゃあ全員揃ったところでミーティングを始めようと思うんだけど、先に一つ見ておいてほしいものがあるんだ。
なんだ？
まだ尾上とクルスにしかちゃんと見せてない。成功率も 100% じゃないから失敗するかもしれないけど。
Ito, Kazuki, and Arimura looked at me in confusion. I nodded and grabbed a pen, then put it on the table. I tried my best to focus, and then, just like the scrap of paper earlier, I imagined the pen moving.
問題はここからだ。いけるか。
As I focused as hard as I could, I saw it slowly appear in the corner of my eye.
よし、来た。
Now all that was left was to imagine my delusion infecting everyone else. Next moment, the pen started to jerk upward. The three of them raised their voices in surprise as the pen slowly moved upward. When I stopped imagining the floating pen, my D-sword disappeared from my field of vision, and the pen slammed back down on the table.
おい、宮代、すげえよ。
言った通りまだ完璧じゃないんだけど。
いつの間にできるようになったんです？
尾上に協力してもらっていろいろとやってみたんだ。
Ito gasped in amazement. When the pyrokinetic attacked me, I was forced to accept that I really was a psychic. After that, I had decided to master my power instead of running away from it, and I had gone through a lot of trial and error to do so. At first, I tried to do it on my own, but that didn't go well. And then I remembered what Kunosato-san had said. She had said that a gigalomaniac could only reboot something by transmitting their delusions into the dead spots of another person's brain to create what she had called a shared reality, which meant that if I didn't have someone to share my delusion with, it would never work. So when I had started practicing with Sarika, things began to go much better.
でも先輩、言っておきますけど、そういうのいい気になって使ったりするとろくなことになりませんからね。
有村さんの言う通りよ。
そのくらい分かってるよ。これは僕やみんなの身を守るためにやってるんだ。
ふーん、だったらいいんですけど。
I was telling the truth. I had managed to turn back the pyrokinetic's flames at the last second. That was the only reason we survived. But that was just a fluke born out of desperation. If she was going to come after me again, I needed to master my power. That's why I had decided to practice like this.
だけどさ、なんでだろうね。
Suddenly, Sarika frowned. She was fiddling with her Garo froggy strap, like she always did when she was thinking about something.
なんでだろうって、何がだ？
相変わらずいきなりね、セリカは。あなたの頭の中では話がつながってるのかもしれないけど。
ごめんごめん。そのね、ほら、ひなちゃんは相手の話が嘘か本当かわかるんでしょ？で、タクは物が動かせる。人によって使える力に違いがあるのはなんでかなって。
I had never thought about that before. She had a point. Why did different people have different powers? Kunosato-san hadn't said anything about that.
つうかさ、そもそもその能力自体いつからお前らに備わってたんだろうな。生まれつきか？
That was another thing I had been wondering about.
宮代、お前はどうなんだ？
少なくとも僕自身はここ最近まで自分にそんな能力があることを自覚してなかった。だから正直わからない。
そんじゃあ有村は？
私は多分渋谷地震の後ですかね。あれ以降急に人の言葉の嘘がわかるようになったっていうか。
Right after the Shibuya
っ
earthquake.
てことはあの地震に何か関係があるのか。
I would have to look into that eventually.
あと今のセリの疑問、どうして人によって能力が違うのかって話だけど、それについてはなんとなく思ってることがあって。なに？多分願望なんじゃないかなと。
願望？
そうです。私地震の時にちょっぴりそう思うことがありまして、で気づいたらこんな感じになってたっていうか。そう思うことって？やだなあ。だから本当のことか知りたいって話。言わせないでよ、恥ずかしい。
いや別に照れるとこじゃねえだろ。
そもそも本当のことが知りたいなんて一体何があったんだよ。
やだ先輩、やらしい。
なんでそうなる？
そういうのは痛いけな乙女の秘密なんですよ。だから聞いちゃダメ。ね。
When Arimura was like this, I knew I wasn't going to get anything out of her.
とにかく一旦これまでのことを整理してみようか。ニュージェネの狂気の再来事件、その被害者には明らかに共通するポイントがあったよな。
っていうとあれだね。
そう、前にも推測した通り全員何らかの能力者だということだ。 最初の事件、こっちみんな。被害者とその特徴は。そう、多分予知能力があったってことだ。次は音漏れ炭。被害者とその特徴は。
トランスっていうと、歌を聴いた人の気持ちがうわーって気持ちよくなることかな。まあそんなようなものですかね。
つまり相手の感情を歌で誘導できたってことだな。で、僕たちが目撃した回転デッド、被害者とその特徴は。多分柿田って人はテレパシーを持っていたんだ。
ええ、その通りです。私にはそう言ってました。
そして学園祭で起きたごっつぁんです。被害者とその特徴は。そう、渡部が有名になったスクープ写真は全てありえない角度や場所から撮られているものばかりだった。多分連写だったんだろう。
やっぱり私が言った通りですよ。どの能力者も願望が入ってる気しませんか？
願望か。こっちみんなの大谷はもともとニコニア動画で生放送していて、音漏れ炭の高柳は新庄さんの話だと確か。回転デッドの柿田さんは僕たちじゃわからないな。有村は何か知ってるか？
そういう話はあんまりしませんでした。けど仕事でいつも裏切りとか騙し合いとかあったみたいで。でも能力を持ってからはその心配もなくなったって。
そしてごっつぁんですの渡部か。なるほどな。こうしてみると確かに有村の言う通りかもしれない。
つまり願望がその人の能力に影響してるっていうことね。
ってことは宮代のその能力も何かの願望が現れてるってことか？
手を触れずに物を動かせたらとか、そんな風に考えたことあるんですか、先輩？
いや、僕は。
I couldn't think of any reason why I would want this power.
あれじゃないタク。ほら、あの時タクって地震の後ずっと寝込んでたじゃない？
そういえばあの頃のタクルは歩くのも大変だったから。
Just like Kurusu said, I'd been badly injured during the earthquake. Even after I had finally woken up from my coma, just walking was incredibly painful. It was bad enough that it would take tens of minutes just for me to grab something a few feet away. I had hated that, and I had wished 1,000 times that the thing I was trying to get would just come to me.
それじゃああれが僕の能力に影響しているっていうことなのか。
なるほどな。 願望が能力に現れる説ってのはほぼ正解と考えて良さそうだな。
それじゃああの女、僕たちを襲ったあの女の能力も何らかの願望ってことになるのか。
何かを燃やしたいと思ったってこと？
そこまで思い詰めるほど燃やしたいものってなんだろうな。
お芋とか？
冗談言ってる場合かよ。
いえ、先輩。セリは本気でそう思ってます。
Hey, don't diss the power of yummy, yummy yams now. Yummy, yummy yams are very good, yeah.
マジか。
Yeah.
なんかおかしなこと言った？
No, no, you did not. No, you
Stream
didn't.
elements.
まあいい。
Set.
あの女がどうしてパイロキネシスを持つようになったかは
Hydrate.
今は置いとこう。もう一つ、あの女について考えたいことがある。大事なことなんだ。
I looked at the faces of everyone in the room.
あいつがこれまでの猟奇殺人事件の犯人かどうかってことだ。
She had clearly been trying to kill us, but that didn't mean that she was behind all the murders. I looked back at the board.
カズキ、例のものを頼む。
I took the image that I had asked Kazuki to print out for me.
ニュージェネの狂気の再来の話題で埋もれてしまってるけど、ここ最近渋谷で連続放火事件が起きてる。
Everyone seemed to already know about this. They nodded.
それが起こった場所とこれまでの事件の場所を比較してみようと思うんだ。まず最初の事件、こっちみんな。現場はここ。それに連続放火事件の現場を重ねる。
うわあ、すごいね。
だろ。次は第2の事件、音漏れ炭。現場はここだ。ここに連続放火事件の現場を重ねると、
おいおい、マジか。
そして第3の事件、回転デッドが発生したラブホテル。このラブホテルの周りでも不審火が異常に発生してる。
確かに集中してるわね。
そうなんだ。そして第4の事件、ゴッツ・アンデスはみんなも知ってる通りこの学園で起こった。そしてそれに連続放火事件の現場を重ねてみると、
なんかすごいですね。
だろ。マップ全体を見てもらえばもっとよくわかる。最初にこれに気づいた時は僕も驚いたよ。で、これらのデータから考えると、
ニュージェネの狂気の再来事件と不審火との間にはなんか関係があるかもしれないってことか。
ああ、この通り偶然にしてはあまりにも場所が一致しすぎてる。あの女との因果関係を疑っていいんじゃないかと思う。
When I finished, Sarika said, "Wow, you're amazing, Taku." But everyone else seemed lost in thought.
何か異論でもあるか？
異論とまではいかないけど、ちょっといいかしら。
Kurusu raised her head.
何でも言ってくれ。
ね。
She stood up in such a way as to not put pressure on her entry, and then moved in front of the board.
再確認なんだけれど、タクルたちを襲った女の人の能力っていうのは、そ そう、炎を使う能力だったのよね。
ああ。
でもこれまでの殺人事件では炎なんて一回も使われていないじゃない。最初がこっちミンナーだっけ？次がオトモレタン、そして回転デッド。この学園で起こったのはごっつぁんですね。殺人事件にこんな名前をつけるなんて不謹慎だわ。ほら見て、どれも炎なんて出てこないでしょ。
あれれ、確かにそうだね。
Kurusu had caught on to one of the weak points in my argument. I had thought that was strange too. None of the murders had involved fire. So obviously, the pyrokinetic is going after the murder? And she can sense through, I don't know, bestial instinct, her rage or whatever, where it's going to be next. Which meant that we had very little evidence to suggest that she was the killer.
なあ、こういうのはどうだ。発火女は自分の能力を試していたとか。
試す？
ああ、発火能力を身につけるまで自分で自分の能力がよく分かっていなくてさ、いろんなことを試してたんだ。それで殺害方法にいくつものパターンがあった。
なるほど。しんちゃん頭いいね。
Sarika was impressed, but
でもそれってちょっと無理ないですか
Arimura said it before I could.
そうか？
いくらなんでも強引すぎるかなって。
私もそう思うけど。
そうか。
Everyone fell silent. We had only just started, but there was still too much we didn't know.
あの女が犯人だとするなら、なぜ炎を使わないで殺人を行ったのか。そしてなぜあんな殺し方ができたのか。いや、待て。
I suddenly got an idea.
なあ有村、ちょっと聞きたいんだけど。
なんです？
お前結構久野里さんと一緒にいたよな。
好きで一緒にいたわけじゃないですけどね。
Arimura's disgust was plain to see on her face. She must have really hated Kunosato-san.
久野里さんは能力について研究してるんだろ。何か言ってなかったか。ギガロマニアックスが持てる能力の数とか。
Did she say anything about what her powers are? Assuming everybody with a D-sword has a unique power, she has a D-sword. I want to know what her power is.
数ですか？
ああ、今まで気づかなかったけど、能力者は一人で一つの能力しか持つことができないとか決まってるんだろうか。
さあ、どうなんでしょう。でも確かにそんな制限、久野里さんから聞いたことはないですね。
リアルブートの理屈から考えれば、妄想さえうまくコントロールできればどんな能力だって使えると思うんだよな。つまり一人で複数の能力を持つことも可能なんじゃないかってことなんだけど。
Ito put his hand on his chin and lapsed into thought.
宮代たちを襲った女は単なるパイロキネシストじゃないってことか。
あくまでも可能性の一つだけど、どうだろう。
まだ決定的とは言えないわね。
だったらさ、犯人の女には 別の能力を持った仲間がいるという可能性もあるんじゃないか。
仲間？ああ、そっか。複数犯ってことだな。それとあとは最初に戻ってしまうけど、パイロキネシストは事件とは無関係で、犯人は全く別の誰かという可能性。
その場合タクルたちが襲われた事件とこれまでの連続殺人事件は別のものだと考えるってことね。
うん。
There were too many possibilities to really know what was going on. I find it really interesting that he isn't bringing up the fact that the sumo stickers have been changing and I mean you would think that that would be an indication of some sort of attack against you. You would think you would bring that up right now. Why is he not bringing up the fact that the sumo stickers have been staring at him? Twice now. Twice.
ねえ、とりあえずこの件は保留にしない？多分結論は出ないわ。
そうだな。とりあえず今はこのまま置いとこう。
宮代と有村は警察に話したんだよな。お前らを襲った女のこと。
はい。
警察から何か情報はないのか？
The night we were attacked, we contacted Shinjo-san and told him what had happened, along with a description of our attacker. Arimura had said she had helped draw a composite sketch too. The police had decided to look for her as a suspect in the arson case. If they could find her, they would arrest her for that. Once they had her in custody, then they could find out if she was responsible for the murders.
何か分かったら連絡をくれるはずなんだけど、特に何もない。女の特定に至ってないんだと思う。
そっか。じゃあ女に関する推理は今のところここまでしかできないな。
だと思う。
My throat was dry from all the talking, so I looked inside my bag. Of course, I had brought a mountain view. I opened it and took a gulp. Everyone else grabbed a drink of their own and took a moment to relax.
あともういくつか俺が気になってることを言ってもいいか？
うん、頼む。
まず一つ目な。被害者は全員能力者だよな。犯人はどうやってターゲットの能力者を見つけてるんだ？
Ito's question was a good one, and one I had known was coming.
それについては一応考えてある。犯人は能力者を特定するために多分力士シールを使ってるんじゃないかと思うんだ。
力士シールを？
正確には11番目のロールシャッハ AH 東京総合病院の地下にデータがあっただろ。あのシールを見せられた能力者は激しい反応を示すって。それは僕や有村も経験済みだ。
思い出しただけでちょっと。
Arimura closed her eyes and put her hand over her mouth. She must have felt like she was going to throw up.
大丈夫有村さん？
はい、すみません。続けてください、宮代先輩。
ああ。で、伊藤や尾上は地下で見たと思うけど、街中のシールが監視されてたよな。カメラで。能力者の素質がある人間を集めて、その地下施設で実験するために。
I could see Kurusu's expression cloud over. She had probably remembered her friend, Minamisawa Senri, who had been a test subject down there. It hurt to see her like that, but I decided I had no choice but to stay on the subject.
だから犯人はあの地下施設の出身者じゃないかと思うんだ。 力士シールの秘密を知っていれば能力者の特定は容易だろ。シールを見て過剰反応を起こしてる人間を探し出せばいい。事実僕や有村も力士シールのせいでパニックに陥った時、あの女に狙われたわけだし。
じゃあ犯人は地下施設の監視カメラを利用してるっていうのか？それは無理だろ。あそこへ入るにはカードキーとか必要だし。
それにもう廃墟みたいだったよ。シールの監視とかされてなかったし、実験もやってなかったし。
いや、あの施設にいなくてもシールの監視だけならできる。
え？
Kurusu nodded as if she understood.
タクルの言いたいこと分かったわ。カメラで監視してるとかじゃなく、実際にシールの近くで見張っていて、タクルや有村さんのような反応を見せた人を狙うのね。
そう、パイロキネシストの女もシールの近くに潜んで待ってたんじゃないかな。クモの巣に獲物がかかるのを待つように。そして僕と有村が見事に引っかかった。
そいつはしかし気の長い話だな。
でも不可能じゃない。
けどさ。
待って、その点に関しても今議論したって結論は出ないわ。保留にして次へ行きましょう。
保留ばっかりだね。いいのかな。
仕方ないわ。とにかく今は疑問点を出していくのが先だから。伊藤君、まだ気になることがあるのよね。
ああ、あと2つなんだけど。
Ito asked his two remaining questions. Summed up, this is what they were.
なぜ今回の事件はかつてのニュージェネ事件と同じ日付に起きているのか。そもそもその動機は何なのか。
なんだかまるで騒ぎになること自体が目的みたいにも見えるわね。
そうだな。
Everything, from the dates to the way some murders were committed, was chosen to be as sensational as possible. Was it just to attract attention, or was the message meant for a specific person?
それが犯行動機なんですかね。私知ってるよ。愉快犯って言うんだよね、そういうの。
劇場型犯罪とも言うよな。
もしこの先もニュージェネ事件と同じ日付に犯行が行われるなら、次はノータリン事件と同じ日、10月23日ってことになるけど。
Which also meant nothing was going to happen until then.
なるほど、だからか。
Ito suddenly snapped his fingers, as if he had reached some great conclusion.
お前と有村さ、パイロキネシストに襲われたけど、結局女は宮代たちを殺さなかった。
ああ。
それって要するに殺す日じゃなかったってことじゃないかな。
殺す日じゃなかった？
Did that mean it wasn't my power that saved us? No, but it had really felt like she was going to kill us. The more I thought about it, the more confused I felt. Idiot is
それじゃあ、
clearly a
私はそ
different
ろそろ生徒会の方へ
person.
行くけど、
Why are you not
私のいない
bringing
ところ
up
で
the
危険な
fact
こと
that
はしちゃ
the
ダメよ。約束してくれるわね。
Why are you not bringing up the fact that the sumo stickers stare at you? Why? You would feel like that would be a very important, pertinent fact right now.
そんな何回も念を押さなくても分かってるよ。
本当ね。
うん。
It had been a while since Kurusu had glared at me like that. Now that the Empress was back, she was scary.
ああ、そうそう。 それからタクル、あなた
Kurusu got up close and whispered to me.
今夜から青葉寮に帰ってきなさい。
え？
狙われているのかもしれないんでしょ。今の場所に一人でいては危険よ。ずっととは言わないわ。しばらくで構わない。事件が解決するまでうちで暮らしなさい。
いや、でもさ。
ダメ。問答無用。もし帰ってこなかったらこっちから連れに行くからね。それじゃ。
あ、ちょっと
Before I could say anything else, she ran off to the student council room.
生徒会長のくせに廊下を走っちゃダメだろ。
副部長なんだって？
いや、別にこっちの話だよ。
She wanted me to go back to the dorm. What should I do? There was no real need to listen to her, but knowing Kurusu, she might really come barging into my RV.
しかしな、いくら考えてもわかんねえことばっかだったな。
そうですね。なんか頭痛くなってきちゃったよ。ねえ、タク。タク？
ああ、そうだな。
We hadn't really learned anything today. We had no proof, just a bunch of guesses. Okay, something else. If the fires have been happening around the scene of the next murder, have there been no more fires? There's gotta start being more fires, right? Here soon? So we at least know where it's going to take place, right?
なあ、久野里さんに相談してみるってのはどうだ？
久野里さんか。
ほら、彼女なら俺たちの知らないことをいろいろ知ってるんじゃねえのかなって。
ああ、それはやめといた方がいいっすよ。
Ari Mira shot down his idea.
なんで？
あれ言ってませんでしたっけ？あの人ってば私たちのこと人間だと思ってませんから。伊藤先輩だってあの人にひどい態度取られてたじゃないっすか。それともそういうの喜んじゃう系とか？だったら私もそうしてあげますけど。
だから俺はそういう趣味やねえっての。宮代と同じこと言うな。
Ari Mira had gotten the same idea about Ito that I had. I laughed a little, and then Ari Mira turned to us with a smile and continued.
別に冗談じゃないんですけどね。私、人の言ってることが本当かどうかわかるんですよ。久野里さん、私たちによくひどいこと言いますけど、本気で私たちが死ねばいいと思ってますから。
え？
That was a surprise. Did she really hate us that much? What did we do? Ari Mira continued on in the same chipper tone a girl might use to discuss after-school plans with a friend.
あの人の目には私たち害虫駆除のための実験台にしか見えてないみたいです。害虫と同じ扱いでいいんですか、伊藤先輩。
After the meeting in the newspaper club ended, I bought a mountain view at the vending machine in the cafeteria and sat down on a nearby bench. I had been thinking so much that I was exhausted. I opened the plastic bottle and gulped down the bubbling carbonation inside.
またそれ飲んでるのかよ。お前ほんと好きだな。
Ito bought a can of black coffee and sat down on the bench with me.
けどさっきはびっくりしたな。
うん。
お前の能力だよ。
ま、僕自身もまだ驚いてるけどな。
とにかく感心したっていうか、普通にかっこよかったぜ。
やめろって。男に言われても一つも嬉しくない。
That's something the heroine says to the male lead in a romantic comedy. And then the hero falls in love with them. Maybe.
いや、それもないな。
A series of faces flitted through my mind. Sarika with her dopey laugh, the ever angry Kurusu, Kazuki playing ESO2, and Arimura with her acid tongue. But I couldn't imagine starting a romance with any of them.
なんだよ、せっかく褒めてやったのに。
Ito threw his empty can at the garbage bin.
あ、惜しい。
全然惜しくないだろ。
The garbage can had a lid and only a small hole to throw the cans in. Of course, there was no way he could get it inside.
ナナ、またやってみせてくれないか？
何を？
だから能力だよ。
Ito looked around the cafeteria as he spoke, making sure no one was too close to overhear him.
え？
Was this why he had thrown the can? Fortunately, it was after school and the cafeteria was just about to close, so there weren't many people in the room. There were only a few groups of people who were probably chatting about nothing important, and a few boys and girls intently reading their books. Nobody was paying attention to us. I didn't think anyone would see me and make a fuss, but...
お前ってどのくらいのものが動かせるんだ？重さとか大きさとか数とか。
その辺はまだテストしてないな。
じゃあ狙いは正確なのか？ターゲット以外のものが動いちゃったりしないのか？
それもまだ。
He had a good point. It would be a good idea to test those things out. What should I do? No, now wasn't a good time. I still wasn't used to it, and I was already exhausted. The idea of trying to focus even more didn't appeal to me.
今日はダメだ。また今度にしよう。
I leaned back on the bench and swallowed my mountain view.
なんだよ、ケチだな。
ケチとかそういう問題じゃないんだって。
But it did seem like I would need to test the limits of my power eventually, like Ito had said. I tossed the bottle of Mountain View into the garbage, just like Ito had done a moment ago. Of course, it didn't even come close. It fell on the floor and started to roll. October 15th, 2015, Thursday. The Medical Examiner System. A legal system that allows for a coroner, as well as a doctor approved by the region's governor, to perform an autopsy on a body that died under suspicious circumstances in order to determine the cause of death. Currently, the system is only in place in Yokohama, Nagoya, Osaka, Kobe, and the 23 wards of Tokyo. Many people believe that Japan lags behind the rest of the world for this reason, and while calls for the system's expansion are voiced every year, there are still no signs that any change will actually take place. This system allows for an examination, or in some cases an autopsy, to determine the cause of death in accidents or when a person has died from a disease or an unknown cause. The work of the medical examiner is done as follows. In the event of an unusual death, the forensic officer first conducts an examination, which is followed by a death investigation from the medical examiner. Death investigation. The process of having a doctor determine the time and cause of a body's death. If the death is ruled to not be abnormal, a death certificate is created and the process ends there. However, if the death is ruled abnormal, the body is sent to be autopsied. If the cause of death can be determined, the body is then turned over to the family. The death investigation fails to determine the cause of death. Only then does the examiner conduct an autopsy. And if it is judged that a crime was involved, a further, more expansive judicial autopsy is conducted. But such an autopsy had already been performed on Watabe Tomoaki. It was extremely unusual for a second autopsy, like this one, to be performed.
どうだ
Shinjo averted his eyes from the coroner's knife. He had been to many judicial autopsies, but it was something he had never gotten used to. He probably never would, he thought. As for the person standing next to the coroner, she was staring at the open skull without the slightest trace of disgust.
やはり肥大化の傾向が見られるな。
肥大化というと脳が
この状況で他に何がある？解凍された頭を見て内臓の肥大がわかるとでも言うのか？
Shinjo's shoulders slumped a little. When he had first met her, he had been unsure of how to handle her, but now he actually felt kind of worried for her. Didn't that get tiring after a while?
さっき聞いた話じゃ死因は間違いなく窒息死ということだったが
窒息だけでこんな風にはならない。
ってことはこれまでの被害者と同じってわけか。脳の肥大の原因については
何しろ検体が少なすぎる。果たしてこの症状が一連の被害者だけに見られるのか、それともギガロマニアックスに共通するものなのか
わからないか。
知る方法ならあるにはあるがな。
何？
あの二人、宮代拓と有村ひなえの頭を開いて調べればいい。そうすればこれがギガロマニアックスに共通する症状なのかどうかわかるだろう。
バカなことを言うなよ。そんなことできるわけがないだろう。
冗談だ。今は CT や MRI があるんだ。わざわざ脳をむき出しにする必要もない。
Were you joking, though? Were you really?
なんだ。私が冗談を言うのがそんなに意外か？
いや。
Shinjo thought to himself that she probably hadn't been joking. He knew Kunosaro Mio didn't like gigalomaniacs. She hated them from the bottom of her heart. He didn't know why she despised them so much. Of course, there was probably a good reason for it, but he wished she would tone it down a bit. They probably didn't become gigalomaniacs by choice, and more than anything, he didn't want to lose their help with the case.
さて、これからどう捜査していったらいいんだろうな。
If there were still test subjects under the hospital, there were things the police could do. But when he had gone down there, there wasn't a trace of anything left.
証拠ならあるだろ。
Kunosaro's voice was as cold as ever.
証拠？
何のためにあの娘を連れ出したと思ってるんだ。知ってることを全部吐かせろ。
おいおい、相手は子供だぞ。
子供じゃない。 危険なギガロマニアックスだ。
Shinjo rubbed his temples, unsure of what to say. October 15th, 2015, Thursday.
はあ。
Frisia Credit Bureau. Momose Katsuko sat in the reception room in a messy corner of her office and sighed as she ran her hand through her hair.
返してください。
うん。
私を返してください。
No matter how many questions Momose asked her, or how she tried to get Uki to talk, that was the only answer she would give. Sometimes she would try asking if there was anything she wanted, or if she felt like eating anything, but the answer was always the same.
お願いです。返してください。
She hadn't made even the tiniest bit of progress since the girl had arrived. Even the endlessly patient Momose would want to sigh after all that. She still didn't know where this Yamazoe Uki girl was from, or how she had ended up in that hospital. But from what she had seen, there was a chance she had endured significant abuse. And then she was suddenly rescued from it and taken to a completely different environment, so she must have been very confused. She knew from experience that victims like that needed to be treated very carefully.
私が早く帰らないと皆さんが困ってしまうんです。
She kept repeating the same lines, like a broken audio player. Momose was starting to think it was time for a different approach. She didn't know what would happen if she told the girl this, so she had kept it a secret until now.
ちゃんと話して現実を認識させてあげた方がいいかもしれない。
お願いです。私はあそこへ戻らないといけないんです。
しょうがない。話してみようか。
Once she had made a decision, she didn't spend any time on second thoughts. This was both an advantage and a disadvantage.
あのね、ウキちゃん。
はい。
そこまで帰りたいというのなら教えてあげるわ。
返してくれるんですね。ありがとうございます。
聞いて。あなたがどれだけ帰りたいと望んでももう無理なのよ。
無理。
だってあなたがいたあの場所、病院の地下にあったあの場所はもうなくなってしまったんだから。
Momose was relieved to finally see shock on Uki's face.
よかった。この子にはちゃんと普通の感情がある。
Like Kunosato had said, they hadn't done any operations on her that would destroy her ability to experience emotions.
この前ね、あなたがここへ来てからすぐに刑事、若いくせにくたびれた刑事いたでしょ。彼が例の病院へ行ってみたんですって。
The girl simply listened to Momose speak, her eyes wide. Momose kept talking, watching her carefully.
それでね、解剖室から地下へ行ったそうよ。あなたのいた場所へね。でもね、そこには何もなかったって。あなたがいた部屋の中も空っぽだったそうよ。
そんな、じゃあ皆さんは、あそこにいた皆さんはい
なかったそうよ。誰も。
誰も。
Uki seemed to be trying her best to understand what Momose just said. And then...
嘘です。
そんな嘘ついて何になるの？本当のことよ。
だってそれじゃ私はどうすれば。私はどうすれば。
Tears started to silently fall from Uki's eyes.
はは、どうしたタグル、新規臭い顔しやがって。
顔は生まれつきだよ。
は、なんでもう少し面白いこと言ったらどうなんだ。ん？
Dad was as jovial as ever. Without his lab coat, no one would ever believe he was a doctor.
どうだ？あ？やっぱ自分の家が一番落ち着くだろ
う。別にそうでも。
ま、一人暮らしを始めたばっかじゃまだそうは思えないか。でもな、いずれ分かる時が来るもんだ。我が家が一番ってな。
In the end, I had come back here to Aoba dorm because Karusu had told me to do so at school.
狙われているのかもしれないんでしょ。今の場所に一人でいては危険よ。ずっととは言わないわ。しばらくで構わない。事件が解決するまでうちで暮らしなさい。
I wasn't her slave or anything, but just like she said, it was dangerous to be by myself right now, especially when we didn't know who the killer was or what they were after. If someone was nearby, it would be easier to get a hold of Shinjo-san and his allies if I needed to. And I was probably never going to be able to tell this to Karusu, but the feelings I had felt when I had left home were starting to disappear. After seeing Karusu get hurt and try to protect me, and even cry for my sake, despite being such a strong girl, I had started to understand some things that I hadn't realized when I had left.
なんだよ、クソ。
I realized what I was thinking and shook my head. No way. I wasn't like Yudo, who could never seem to get away from his sister.
おい、何赤くなってんだよ。
なんでもない。
とにかくさっさと荷物置いてこい。お前の部屋はノノのやつがちゃんと掃除してくれてる。
Dad didn't get mad when I had left, or when I had come back. Come to think of it, he had only said one thing on the day I had left.
そうせざるを得なかったノノの気持ちがわかるようになったら戻ってこい。じゃあな。
荷物置いてくる。
タクル兄が帰ってくるって。
As I went to my room, Yui suddenly appeared. I could see Yuto behind her.
おう、タクルならもう帰ってきてんぞ。
Yui's face almost broke into a broad smile when she saw me, but she quickly forced herself to assume a strict expression.
何やってんの？
え？
お風呂とキッチンと廊下の掃除。タクル兄が当番の時、私とユウが代わりにやってたんだから。
悪い。
I apologized without thinking.
これからしばらく私たちの当番、タクル兄が代わってよね。いい？
おう。
タクル兄ちゃん、別にいいよ。僕気にしてないから。
ダメ。こういうことはきちんとしなきゃいけないんだから。親しき仲にもって言うでしょ。
でもそんなこと言ったらタクル兄ちゃんまたどこか行っちゃうよ。せっかく帰ってきたのに。
ダメなものはダメなの。
なあタグル、ユイのやつノノに似てきたと思うか？
あ、うん。特に怒ってる顔が。
なんか言った？
いえ、なんでもないです。ごめんなさい。
Yui put her hands on her hips and puffed up her flat chest to glare at me. She did look just like Kurusu when she did that.
もう父さんが甘やかすからタクル兄は勝手なことばっかり。
おっと、今度はこっちに飛び火か。
で、タクル兄、もうどこにも行ったりしないんでしょうね。
いや、その。
タクル兄がいなくなってどれだけのの姉が悲しんでたか分かってる？ユウだってすっごく寂しがってたんだから。
そっか。
私も私は別に何でもなかったけど。
And suddenly, the expression on her face changed.
何でもなかったけど。
おい。ゆい
So stop that. I'm not good with this stuff. I can't handle it when people cry.
何でもない。
Yui covered her face with her hands and then ran into her room. Oops. Yudo followed quickly after that. Dad scratched his head and sighed a little as he saw them go.
ほら、さっさと荷物置いてこい、タクル。
わかった。
I got away as quickly as I could. That scared me. I didn't expect Yui to start crying all of a sudden. I thought nothing would really change around here, even if I left. But did they really want me here that much? If they did...
いや、でも。
As I sat there lost in thought, I was suddenly startled by a knock at the door.
誰だ？
タクル兄ちゃん。
ああ、ユウトか。
のの姉ちゃんが着替えたら降りてこいってご飯だって。
ああ、サンキュー。どうした？
さ、ゆいお姉ちゃんのことだけど。
Yuto crossed his hands over his stomach and fidgeted as he looked up at me.
お姉ちゃん、なんかいろいろ怒ってたけど、本当はずっとタクル兄ちゃんに帰ってきてほしいって言ってて、だから怒ってたのは本気じゃなくって。
大丈夫。わかってるよ。
本当？
ああ、だから先に降りててくれ。すぐに着替えていくから。
Yuto looked a little relieved as he left the room.
ユウト、ちょっと背が伸びたな。
Yuto and Yui had come here at almost the exact same time that I had.
一緒に暮らし始めた頃はどうなるかと思ったけど。
The Shibuya earthquake hadn't just taken their parents from them, it had caused them severe psychological trauma. During the earthquake, Yuto had been trapped in a dark place for a long time, all by himself. As a result, he was still terrified of darkness and being alone. That was why he still clung to his sister. And Yui, after the nightmarish incident she had gone through after the earthquake, she had become incredibly afraid of men. She was even afraid of me at first. But over time, we started to open up to one another. When I had left, they had seemed to be doing a lot better. And now, Yui had her act together even more. Yuto was still young, but he did seem a little more grown up than he had before. Even if the world didn't look like it had changed, time was still passing. But what about me? Had I changed?
はい、そろそろいいわよ。
それじゃあいただきます。
いただきます。
おほー、すき焼きなんて久しぶりじゃねえか。
何言ってるの、先月もやったじゃない。
あのなあ、あれは鶏肉だっただろう。牛肉じゃないとすき焼きとは言わねえんだ。
そんな贅沢をする余裕うちにはありません。
誰かさんが困ってる人から治療費なんか取れるかとか言っちゃうから。ま、別にいいんだけど。
そういう言い方はねえだろう。もっと尊敬しろ、尊敬。
はいはい。
ほらタクル、お椀貸しなさい。よそってあげるから。
Kurusu reached out her hand towards me.
いいよ。
ダメ。あなた最近ちゃんと食事してなかったんでしょ。遠慮なんてしないの。
あ。
Kurusu grabbed the bowl from me and heaped the beaten egg high with meat and vegetables.
はい、ちゃんと食べるのよ。
ああ、うん。
タクルに、こっちにもお肉あるから。はい。
もういいって。
何？のの姉のお肉は食べられても私のは食べられないっていうわけ？
お前酔っ払いのおっさんかよ。
おい、ちょっと待てお前ら。もう肉ないじゃねえか。
こういうのは早い者勝ちだっていつも父さん言ってるじゃん。
言ってるじゃん。
だからもうちょっと尊敬をだな。
Everyone was seated around a single pot, eating dinner. I thought that the only point of dinner was to eat until you were full, but...
タクル、ユウト、お肉のおかわりまだ冷蔵庫にあるからね。たくさん食べて。
おいこら。
父さんは少し痩せないとダメでしょ。野菜食べなさい、野菜。
俺はお前をそんな娘に育てた覚えはないんだがな。
覚えがなくても育っちゃったんだから諦めて。
Part of me enjoyed sitting around the table and listening to everyone talk. No, that wasn't true. I definitely wasn't homesick. Maybe it was just that having someone here made me feel better. Maybe it was having Kurusu offer to help me when I had been in trouble on my own. But it definitely wasn't that I was happy to be home or glad to have come back to where I belong.
タクル兄ってば。
え？あ、何？
お茶いるの？いらないの？さっきから聞いてるのに全然答えてくれないんだもん。
ああ、ごめん。
そいつのことだ。どうせまた難しいへりくつでもこねくり回してたんだろ
う。へりくつってなんだよ。僕はいつも理路整然と正しい思考を。
はい、ストップ。そんなこといいからお茶は？
ああ、できればマウンテンビューを。
うちには置いてません。
言うとったらどうしたの？ニコニコして。
うん、やっぱりみんな揃ってた方が楽しいなって。のの姉ちゃんだってすっごく嬉しそうだよ。
そうそうね、そうかもね。
It didn't work. I had gotten a lot better at seeing my D sword, but I still didn't know how to take hold of it. I asked Arimura for help, but her answers weren't really helpful. Unlike with my psychokinesis, all I needed to do was draw my D sword from the D-Rack Sea. I should have been able to do it without needing someone nearby. But when I was by myself, it was just an illusion. Unless I rebooted it, I wouldn't be able to use it to attack or defend. If I wanted to use it as a weapon, I needed to share the delusion with someone else, just like with my other power. At least that's what Arimura had said. But before that, I needed to be able to take hold of it.
くそ、もう一回。腕を伸ばして剣のイメージを固定化って。あ、くそ。
Whenever I tried to get close to my D sword, it moved away from me like a mirage. If I just flailed my arm at it, I couldn't reach it.
手がつる。
タクル？入るわよ。
あ、
I had my hands stretched out like a TV hero in the middle of his transformation, and Kurusu was staring at me, her eyes wide.
違うんだ。ユートに新しいヒーローの変身ポーズをだな。
ユートはもう卒業したわよ、そういうの。
ああ、そうだっけ。
Kurusu put her hand on her cheek and sighed.
もし自分が本物のヒーローになれると思ってるならやめておきなさい。
そんなこと思ってないよ。僕いくつだと。
いくつになっても子供なんだから、タクルは。
and then she stared into my eyes. I could tell that she wasn't blaming me and that she was genuinely concerned.
タクル、ちょっとそこに座って。
いや、これから風呂に入ろうかなと。
Stream elements.
いいから座りましょうね。
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
I sat down on the bed as I was told.
タクル、
Kurusu took a step toward the bed and looked down over at me. Humans are strange creatures. Whenever someone looks down on us, they seem bigger and more powerful. I quickly stood up and looked down over her instead. When I first met her, she was almost at eye level with me. But now...
これは別にやましいことをするための訓練じゃない。
能力のせいで狙われているのに、そうやってむやみに使おうとするのは。
逆だよ。もっとちゃんと使えるようになれば自分の身も守れるし、もしもの時は新聞部や青葉寮のみんなのことだって助けられる。
だからそういうのは警察の仕事でしょ。
今回の事件、いざって時に警察に何かできるとは思えない。
けど
クルスこそよく口にするじゃないか。僕らのことを守るとかなんとか。でも能力者が襲ってきたらどうするつもりなんだ。
それは。
ほら見ろ、やっぱり僕が能力を磨くしかないんだよ。
Kurusu stared down at her feet silently. Then she raised her head and looked me in the eye.
ねえタクル、私はあなたのことをずっと見てきたわ。だからわかるの。あなたがこの先何を考えるか。
この先？
タクルはね、必ず自分を危険にさらすようなことをする。例えば自分の力で犯人を捕まえてやろうとか。
I gulped. I hadn't really thought about it yet, but knowing me, I would probably, no, definitely, think that.
なんだよ、能力者でもないくせに余地か。
いつも言ってるでしょ、能力なんかなくてもね、タクルの行動は簡単に読めちゃうって。とにかくお願い、自分の身を守ることだけ考えてねえタクル。お願い。
ああ。
じゃあ約束の指切りね。
Pinky swear, like we're little kids. No way. That's embarrassing.
嘘ついたら針を1000本飲ますどころじゃ済まさないから。
And that's really scary. Then the heavens intervened to save me, and the phone rang out like the Jalr horn. A horn held by the god who guards the bridge of the gods in Norse mythology. Its bellow is said to herald the arrival of Ragnarok. I hadn't gotten a new one yet, so of course it was Kurusu's.
出なくていいのか。
今はあなたと話をしているところでしょ。
でも事件に関係あることかもしれないし。
She must have thought I might be right, because she took out the phone and looked at the screen, and then she looked concerned.
新庄さんだわ。
I had only said that to distract her, but evidently the call really did have something to do with the case. She quickly hit the answer button and put the phone up to her ear. I watched her nervously.
もしもし、クルスです。はい。はい。ええ。
On the other side of the phone, I could hear a note of concern in Shinjo-san's voice. I couldn't tell for sure, but he seemed to be saying that someone had gone
いい
missing.
え、来てません。だいたいこの家を知らないはずですし。え、タクルが？
Well, what? What did I do? Kurusu moved the phone away from her ear and turned back toward me.
山添さんって子知ってるわよね。
ああ、例の病院の地下室から助け出した子だよ。
その子がね、行方不明なんですって。
え？
She went missing.
タクルが連れ出したりしてないかって。
そんなわけないだろ。今日はクルスたちとずっと一緒だったじゃないか。
そうよね。
ちょっと貸してくれ。新庄さんと話したい。
I reached my hand toward the phone. Shinjo-san had given me the location of an office in a multi-purpose building in Sakura Gaokacho. Yeah. There were rows of desks there, stacked high with papers I normally would have considered a cornucopia of information, but I didn't have time to worry about them now. I rushed up to Shinjo-san as soon as I saw him.
あの子がいなくなったって、誘拐されたんですか？警察がついててどうして？
いや、電話でも言ったけど、そうじゃなくて。
でも彼女がいなくなったのは事実ですよね。
ちょっとタクル、やめて。どうしたの？
Itchy, 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 ear itch, itch, itch.
悪い。
Yamazoe Uki had reminded me a little too much of Mina Misawa Senri, and I had lost control of myself. Kurusu quickly moved to stop me. By the way, Kurusu had come to keep an eye on me. In her words, to make sure I didn't do anything stupid.
とにかく誘拐とかそういうんじゃないんだ。いきなり姿が見えなくなってしまって。
だからそれが誘拐されたってことじゃ。
それはないわ。だってこの部屋には私と新庄ちゃん、それにミオちゃんの3人が一緒にいたんだもの。
Okay, please tell me someone has gone to the hospital. Please tell me someone's gone to the hospital instead of just congregating here. Sometimes games really do frustrate me with their lack of... Momose-san, the CEO of Phrygia, had been looking confused and concerned ever since I had arrived. When I had first met her the night we snuck into AH Tokyo General Hospital, she had seemed like a loud, boisterous sort of woman, but now she seemed kind of tired.
彼女をソファーに座らせて、俺たちはこっちで話をしてたんだよ。で、ふとソファーを見たら、彼女がいなくなっていた。
トイレとかじゃないんですか？
Kurusu pointed at the toilets in the back, but Shinjo-san put his hand on his forehead, thinking, and said,
真っ先に探したよ。でもどこにもいなくてね。それどころか、窓やドアすら開けた形跡がない。
Well, maybe her power is able to teleport or something.
考えられることは一つだ。彼女はギガロマニアックスだからな。能力を使って自分で出て行ったんだろう。
Okay, but why did she just now escape? She's been with you for a couple of days now, right? And she's repeatedly said she just wants to go back, so why did she not escape before now?
能力?
Come to think of it, I still hadn't asked. What power did Yamazoe Uki have? What power does this woman have? We've seen her sword. Come to think of it, ask her what she has. She's right here in front of you. Just ask her. I want to know. Kuno Sato-san whispered an answer, her voice full of hate, without even bothering to look back at me.
よくわからない。
わからないって。
ああ、彼女、俺たちの質問にほとんど応じる様子がなくてね。能力に関しては、久野里さんが探ろうとしたんだが、無駄だった。
そもそも瞬間移動だとすれば、とうの昔にここを抜け出していたはずだ。だが、あいつはそうしなかった。
ただ、ウキ君は少し特殊なようだ。今回はそれにやられたらしい。
特殊？
私ね、少し前から考えていたのよ。ウキちゃんを一度どこかの児童養護施設に預けた方がいいかもしれないって。それでさっき新庄ちゃんとミオちゃんに提案したら快く OK をもらって。
俺は OK なんか出してませんよ。
私もです。
ちょっと黙っててちょうだい。こんがらがっちゃうから。
Momose-san motioned for them to be quiet.
とにかく OK をもらったの。それで私はウキちゃんを連れて駐車場に降りて車に乗せようとしたわけ。知り合いの施設に相談してみようって。
じゃあ彼女を連れ出したのは百瀬さんじゃないですか。
So why was everyone so upset that she had disappeared? Momose-san had taken her outside. There was no mystery there. As Kurusu and I stood there with our mouths hanging open, Shinjo-san interrupted.
という夢を見たんだそうだ。
は？夢？
違うわ。あれは絶対にあったことよ。だってウキちゃんの手の感触とか車のエンジンをかけた感覚とか全部リアルに残ってるもの。
けどウキ君を自動車に乗せようとした途端我に返ったんですよね。そしたら百瀬さんは事務所の中にいて俺たちと話をしている最中だった。
ええ、そうなの。
俺たちは児童養護施設の話なんて提案されてないし、ウキ君と百瀬さんがここから出ていくのも見ていません。百瀬さんとはここでずっと話をしていただけです。間違いありません。なのにウキ君は部屋からいきなり消えた。
どういうことですか？よくわかりません。
多分それが山添ウキの能力なんだろう。彼女を捕獲したら改めて調べてみよう。
Kuno Sato-san's use of the word capture pissed me off. I could tell that, like Ari Mura said, she didn't even think of us as humans. But she didn't have to talk that way about a little girl, did she? Even if she didn't like psychics, did she have to go that far? I glared at her, but Kuno Sato-san didn't seem bothered in the slightest.
ウキ君の行き先ですけど、宮代君たちが知らないとなると、あとはあそこしか考えられないですね。
Then why are we standing around here talking about it? Let's
私も
go
今
already.
そう思ってたところ。
もしそうだとすれば少しばかり骨が折れるな。
どこなんですかそれ。
Shinjo-san answered me with a bitter sigh.
君もよく知ってるところだよ。あの子の元の家だ。
え？まさかそんな。
ウキちゃんたらね、あそこへ返してくれの一点張りだったのよ。
あんな地獄みたいな場所に一体なんで？
さてな、 とにかく厄介なことになる前に取り戻さないとな。
タクル、ねえタクル。
見つかったらどうするんだよ。
An hour had passed since we had first spoken to Momose-san at Frisia. Kurusu and I were hiding behind some plants near AH Tokyo General Hospital.
新庄さんたちに任せないとダメよ。私たちみたいな素人が出しゃばったりしたら。
それじゃダメなんだ。山添雨季って子は僕が見つけて青葉寮へ連れて帰る。
どうして？
彼女、今の久野里さんには渡せない。
I was gritting my teeth hard in anger.
タクル？
Afterward, Shinjo-san, Momose-san, and Kunosato-san had started to come up with a plan to get inside the basement of the hospital. Of course, they weren't going to let us come along. We were told to go home, and at first, that was my plan. But then things changed. Kunosato-san had said that she wasn't going to send Yamazoe Uki to an orphanage, but to a research center she was affiliated with. She had said that they were going to research her power there. However, Kunosato-san had treated not only Arimura and I, but also little Uki, as nothing more than guinea pigs. And I had heard her use the word capture many times.
あの子は苦しい実験から解放されて、やっと地下から出られたっていうのに。
Was Kunosato-san just going to send her right back to the same old life she had experienced before? Just imagining it terrified me, and it made me come to a decision. I'll save her.
もしここであの子を見放したら、また同じことの繰り返しだ。またこの場所で誰かを見捨てることになってしまう。昔僕はクルスの親友だった南沢千里を見捨てて逃げた。それを今でも後悔してる。あの山添って子も実験の犠牲者だ。だから今度こそ僕は助けたい。そんなことくらいで南沢千里が許してくれるとは思わないけど、でも助けたいんだ。
Kurusu's voice sounded choked up. She must have been remembering what happened to her best friend.
タクル、あのね。
え？
本当は千里は
彼女のこと何か知ってるのか？おい、クルス。
ごめんなさい。気が動転してしまって。千里はね、渋谷地震で死んだの。あなたのせいじゃないわ。絶対に違う。
クルス。
だからタクルが責任を感じ続ける必要なんてないの。忘れていいのよ。ね。
Kurusu looked down at her feet. When she did, her hair covered her eyes, and I couldn't tell what she was thinking.
今、クルスは何を言いかけて、何を言いやめたんだろう。
Just as I was about to ask, I heard soft footsteps.
来た。
Momose-san's van was in the same alley where she had picked us up before. They had been watching the hospital for a while now. I saw two shadows that probably belonged to Shinjo-san and Kunosato-san leave the van and run onto the ground.
クルス、向こうが動いた。大丈夫か？いけるか？
I tapped her on the shoulder and she looked up, and I was reminded of why they called her the Empress of Hekiho Academy. There was no trace of the sadness that had been there a moment ago.
ごめんね。ちょっと千里を思い出しちゃって。でももう平気よ。
本当はここで待っててもらいたいんだけど。
But I couldn't real boot on my own. I needed a partner no matter what.
何言ってるの。あなたのことを心配しながら待ってるなんて、こっちからお断りよ。
だと思った。
We followed Shinjo-san and Kunosato-san from a distance. A moment later, they had pressed themselves up against the wall near the rear emergency entrance. From a distance, I could tell it was more heavily secured than before. The lock seemed to be a newer and sturdier model, but Shinjo-san must have already had the key because he took something out of his pocket and started to put it in the lock.
あそこから入るつもりだな。
All right then. I quickly created an image in my mind. I looked at the key-like object he was holding and envisioned it flying away.
やっぱりもっと訓練しとくんだった。
The more I started to panic, the more I lost focus. I couldn't make the delusion clear in my mind.
くそ。落ち着け。大丈夫だ。落ち着け。よし、見えた。
I could see my D-sword floating in front of me.
クルス、ちょっと脳を使わせてもらうな。
どうぞっていうのもなんか変だけど。
I imagined the delusion I had come up with going inside Kurusu, Shinjo-san, and Kunosato-san's minds. Kurusu gasped a little. She must have felt something. The delusion was shared between us, and instantly the real boot was complete. The metallic object in Shinjo-san's hand rolled away and hit the ground with a clang. Then I heard the two of them gasp. The key rolled along the ground in a very unnatural way until it rolled down a metal sewer grate, just like I had imagined.
よし。
バカ、隠れてたくる。
Just as I was about to make a victory pose, Kurusu grabbed my hand and pulled me back. Then she dragged me down onto the ground.
悪い。
調子に乗らないの。これだから私がついてないとダメなのよ。
Her hand was shaking a little. She was probably still scared of my power, no matter how many times she saw it. That was how most people would react. I hesitated for a moment, then gripped her hand in return. Then I let it go and looked over at Shindo-san and Kunosato-san. The two of them whispered to each other and then silently headed back toward the van.
今だ。
We crouched low as we headed for the emergency entrance. When we reached the door, I turned around toward Kurusu. She caught up a moment later, but her breathing was a little heavy.
すまない。ちょっと早かった。
こっちこそごめん。もっと運動が得意ならよかったんだけど。鍵開けられるの？
多分。クルス、もう一回。いや、何回かやるよ。悪いけど。
構わないわ。そのために来てるんだから。
I stared at the door. The lock was stronger than before, probably because of the time he had broken in. I imagined the lock flipping and the door opening. There was a heavy click and the door opened like I had imagined. Thanks to my power, we were able to make it inside with no trouble. I remembered the route to the room where we had found Yamazoe Uki, so we headed there. But as we walked through the darkness, I saw that Kurusu was acting a little strange.
大丈夫か？
実はちょっと閉所恐怖症がね。でも平気、気にしないで。
平気ってすごい汗だぞ。
And then I realized something.
まさか傷が痛むのか？
She had seemed like she was okay, but it had been really a really bad injury. It couldn't have fully healed up by now.
おい、クルス。
平気だから。ほら、急ぎましょう。
She pushed me onward before I could stop.
もうちょっとだ。あと少しで例の部屋だから我慢してくれ。
ええ。
That's right. It was around this corner. Suddenly, we heard a voice sobbing in the darkness. Kurusu and I almost leapt into each other's arms. It was the voice of a little girl.
タクル、この声。
Was it a... Come on, boy. No, that was dumb. Which meant it had to be. Kurusu and I nodded and stepped toward the direction of the room. Just like Shinjo-san had said, the room was completely empty. The beds and the patients that had been confined there were all gone. It was just an empty room now. And standing in the middle of the empty room was a sobbing Yamazoe Uki. How long had she been there? She was crying like a child who had lost their mother.
いない。誰もいない。誰か返事して。
Kurusu couldn't bear to watch. She ran over and gave the girl a big hug. Kurusu started crying not long after, too.
今までよく頑張ったね。でももういいの。だからお家へ帰ろうね。
But Yamazoe must not have heard her, because she just stood there, crying silently for a long, long time. The whole time, there was nothing I could do but watch.
大丈夫？変わりましょうか、タクル。
いいよ。もう目の前だから。
When we finally made it back to Aoba dorm, I took Yamazoe Uki off my back and put her on the sofa. And then I lied down flat on the floor with my arms and legs stretched out. She wasn't even that heavy. I was just out of shape.
だから変わるって言ったのに。
運動音痴に任せたら落っことすかもしれないだろ。
失礼ね。そこまで言われるほどひどくないわ。それにタクルよりマシだと思うんですけど。
Kurusu's eyes were red-rimmed. Her face was red from where she had tried to rub away the tears. She must have been embarrassed by it, because she turned away from me and said something mean.
はいはい、わかったよ。その子のこと、父さんに。
あ、うん、そうね。
After Kurusu left to get him, I lifted my tired body off the floor and onto the sofa. As I had expected, Yamazoe hated the idea of leaving the basement, but after Kurusu's fervent attempts at persuasion and my own insistence that nobody was coming back to the basement, she had finally clung to Kurusu and started to break down. And as I carried her on my back, she had gotten tired and fallen asleep. I hadn't had a chance to look the first time we had gone into the basement, and that Dada was probably long gone by now.
父さん、今上がってくるって。
うん。
Kurusu sat next to Yamazoe on the sofa and softly stroked her hair.
この子、創作願いとか出てないのかしら。
新庄さんの話だと、今のところ該当するデータはないって。
そう。
やっぱり渋谷地震のせいかもしれないな。
After the earthquake, more data on missing persons and casualties had gone missing than you could imagine. And to top that off, this year had seen the largest solar storm in history affect all kinds of electronic devices. Shibuya hadn't been hit that hard, but a lot of data in other regions had been lost.
分かってるのは名前だけか。せめて手がかりでも持っていればいいんだけど。ののね、タクル
兄？何かあったの？
The door opened. Yui and Yuto peeked inside. The two of them froze next to the door.
まだ寝てなかったの、二人とも。
寝ようと思ってたらのの姉たちの声が聞こえたから。
大丈夫？また喧嘩とかしてない？
Kurusu and I looked at each other without thinking.
大丈夫よ。私たち喧嘩なんてしてないから。
本当？だったらいいんだけど。
Suddenly, Yui stopped. She saw the girl sleeping on the sofa, and her eyes went wide. I thought that she was just surprised to see a strange girl sleeping on the sofa, but...
ウキちゃん？
They recognize her. Oh, they recognize her. They know who she is. She said something we had never expected.
どうしてウキちゃんがここに？
ゆい、知ってるの？この子のこと。
多分。あ、でも待って、そんなはず。
Yui walked over to the sofa and sat down next to Kurusu, and then she stared at Yamazoe Uki.
ごめん、私の勘違いかも。
いや、 勘違いじゃない。確かにこの子はウキって名前で。
だっておかしいよ。昔のままの姿なんて、そんなの絶対に変。
昔のままって？
ウキちゃん、私のクラスメートだったんだよ。小学校2年の時の。
And the next morning,
もう一度整理するぞ。名前は山添雨季。年齢はユイと一緒だから13もしくは14歳。
うん。
Dad was filling out what looked like a medical chart on his computer.
小学校2年の時にユイと同じクラスだった。だが渋谷地震の少し前から学校に来なくなり、その後どうなったかはユイも知らない。
そう。
で、彼女はその頃、つまり6年前と見た目が全く変わってないとユイは言うんだな。
うん、絶対に変わってないと思う。一応証拠も見つけてきたんだ。
Yui showed us a photo. It was a class photo from her school. I could see a young Yui in a row of children, and in the front row, next to the teacher, I saw Yamazoe.
これ
どう思うよ、タクル。
他人の空にっていう感じじゃないの？
ウキちゃん本人だよね、やっぱり。
となると成長ホルモンの異常かな。
みんな、ウキちゃんが起きたわよ。
本当？おう、連れてきてくれ。
ちょっと父さん？おうじゃないわ。ウキちゃんの前でそんな声出しちゃダメよ。もっと優しく。
これで普通の声なんだがな。
いいから優しくする。
はい。
Dad glared at her and started mumbling about how he hadn't raised her to be like this again.
ウキちゃん、さ、入って。
After a long pause, a small girl entered the room, shaking a little. Kurusu took her hand and walked her over to a chair, then sat her down.
ウキちゃん、おはよ
She flinched when she heard Yui's cheerful voice.
ああ、わからないよね。6年前の私しか知らないもんね。
Yui took out the class photo and pointed to herself.
ほら、これ私だよ。立花ゆい、覚えてる？
立花ゆいさん。
Yamazoe Uki looked at the girl in the photo, then at Yui. Then she gave a little start of surprise.
思い出してくれた？
はい、お久しぶりです。
もう同級生なんだから敬語とかやめてよ。
でも
Dad typed something else into his computer as he watched them.
決まりだな。
そうだね。
There was no doubt about it now. Yamazoe Uki was definitely Yui's old classmate. That would go a long way toward tracking down her family.
けどすごいよ。まさか本当にユキちゃんだったなんて。
We were surprised, but Yui seemed to be the most surprised of all. Her missing classmate had suddenly shown up at her home, and her brother and sister had brought her there. And she had looked exactly the same as she had 6 years
ウキちゃ
ago.
ん、ちょっと話いいかい？
She must have seen Dad's white coat and gotten nervous because she suddenly sat up straight.
何か遺伝的な病気とか言われたことは？成長が止まってしまうとか。
よくわかりません。すみません。
じゃあ君の背が伸びなくなったのはいつか覚えているかな？ユイと同じクラスだった頃はどうだい？
すみません。それもわかりません。でも、私、自信があってから、なんか変になって。
そうか。あの地震の後だね。
はい。
はあ、やっぱり PTSD で成長ホルモンが、いや、あるいはターナー症候群みたいな染色体異常って可能性もあるが。
Turner syndrome, a chromosomal disorder found in women. Primary symptoms include delayed or absent development of secondary sexual characteristics, a lack of menstrual period, organ malformations, and decreased height.
こればっかりは、しかるべきところでちゃんと検査をしなきゃわからんな。
Dad made some adjustments to her chart as he whispered to himself. The look on his face was far more serious than he usually let us see. Yudo poked his head through the door. He must have been standing in the hallway the whole time and looking in on us.
ユウト、そろそろ行かないと学校遅刻するわよ。
そうだよ、ユウ。
大丈夫、すぐ行くよ。
He seemed a little scared by his sister's scolding. But he summoned up his courage and came inside, then stuck his hand out toward Uki.
これ、あげる。
In his hands was a tiny chocolate bar. It was the kind of chocolate you could buy in huge packs for cheap at the supermarket.
はい。ありがとうございます。こら、ユウ。ウキちゃんは年上なんだよ。そういう言い方はダメでしょ。
年上
Yuto looked very confused and a little unsatisfied.
どうしたの、ウキちゃん。
はい。なんだか不思議な気分です。こういうことに慣れていないので。こういうことって？こうして家族が集まってみんなでお話ししたりです。
君の家族はどうしたんだ？
Shinjo-san had said that she wouldn't tell him anything, but maybe in this environment she would be more willing to talk.
私が小さい時に私を先生たちのところに置いて行ってしまいました。
My eyes narrowed when I heard her say, "the doctors." She was probably talking about the scientist in that underground faculty, and then she had become a victim of their human experiments, just like Minamisawa Senri. Why had her parents done something so horrible to her?
君はそれからずっとあの地下施設に？
はい。
どうして逃げなかったんだ？
お母さんにどこにも行くなと言われたので。そんなのひどい。
Yui put up her hand to her mouth. I could feel the rage boiling over within me.
この子は僕と同じだ。
Her parents had ignored her ever since she was a small child, and eventually they had just disappeared. But despite that, she wasn't able to get away from them.
君はあそこで実験の被害者。いや、みんなの世話をしていたけど、それはなぜ？
地震のせいです。
There was sadness in her eyes as she remembered the people that had vanished.
地震で先生たちは病院からいなくなってしまいました。皆さんのお世話をしていた看護の人たちもです。だから代わりに私がお世話をするようにと病院から言われて。
学校はどうしたんだい？君が今着ているのは碧峰学園の制服だろう？年齢から考えて中等部に在籍してると思うんだが。
碧峰学園？
私たちが通ってる学校よ。ウキちゃんはうちの生徒なのよね。
But Yamazawa shook her head.
これお友達が着てたものです。
友達？
はじめ地下で皆さんのお世話をしていたのは私だけじゃなくて、もう一人同じ年くらいのお友達がいました。時々この服を着ていて、私可愛いねってずっと言ってたんです。
ああ、もしかしてその子、君と違って外から通ってきてた？
はい。
なるほど。碧峰の生徒だったのはそっちの子か。
彼女、最初は私と一緒にお仕事をしてたんですけど、だんだん具合が悪そうになって、お休みも多くなってきて、そしたらある日、これをプレゼントしてくれたんです。自分にはもう必要ないから、代わりに大切に着てねって。
Yamazawa looked down at her shoe.
だからこのお洋服は私の大事な宝物です。いつもきれいにして着ています。
When I saw her expression, I understood. Her friend probably knew that she was dying. She had been a victim of the same horrible experiments as Minamisawa and Yamazawa and had gotten sick as a result.
それじゃあ、君が老人を連れて外を？
タクル？
Kurusu interrupted me gently.
一度にいろいろ聞くのはやめましょう。
あ、
ウキちゃん、辛いこともいっぱいあると思うし、また夜にでもね。
そうだよな。
それに朝ごはんだってまだだものね。お腹すいたでしょ？
いえ、私はそんな。
There was a cute little rumble from her tummy. She gasped a little in embarrassment and turned red.
父さんもそれでいいかしら。
ああ、なあ、ウキちゃん。このお姉ちゃんはちょっと辛いが、飯だけはうまい。上で食べてくるといい。
父さん？
Kurusu pursed her lips as she took Yamazawa's hand and stood up.
これチョコレートもう一個あげる。
ありがとうございます。
As she left, Yudo quickly gave her another piece of chocolate. At lunchtime, Ito and I were heading to the club room.
じゃあ、あの山添雨季って子、今は青葉寮にいるのか？
ああ、この先どうなるかわからないけど、なんとかしてやりたいとは思ってるんだ。
けどまさかゆいちゃんの同級生とはな。
驚いた。
でもまあよかったんじゃねえの？
よかったって？
ゆいちゃん喜んでたんだろ？
ああ、そういうことか。確かに。
Yui had really looked happy this morning. Normally, she probably tried her hardest to play the role of being Yudo's big sister, but she was still only in middle school. If she ran into a friend, of course it would make her happy.
何がおかしいんだよ。
いや、お前口ではなんだかんだ言いながら結構大事にしてるからな、今の家族のこと。
そんなんじゃないって。
照れるなって。お前にとってもいいことなんじゃねえの？そういう存在がいるってことは。
僕は別に照れてなんか。っていうか、そんなことどうでもいいんだよ。ほら、早く部室行こう。尾上や有村や和樹にも山添のことを話さなきゃ。
Of course, I had already told everyone to come for an emergency meeting. They should be in the room already.
というわけで、今山添雨季って子は青葉寮で保護されてる。
たく、大活躍だったんだね。
いや、それほどでも。
The girls all seemed very impressed. Sariko was squeezing her Garo Froggy strap in lieu of applause. It still sounded like nothing like it was supposed to, and honestly, I would have preferred the applause, but I was used to it now, I guess.
ダメよセリカ、カズキ。あんまりおだてるといい気になってまた無茶なことするから。
しないって。
Sheesh, I appreciate that she's worried about me, but Kurusu's a little too protective. I really wish she would stop saying that stuff when everyone else is around. It's embarrassing.
けど気持ちいいっすね。今頃新庄さんや久野里さん悔しがってますよ。ざまあみろです。ぷっぷっ
ぷ。有村は前から知ってたのか、山添のこと。
ええ、まあ電話でちょっと話したくらいですけどね。彼女フリージアでは肝心なことはほとんど喋らなかったみたいですよ。多分久野里さんたちを怖がってたんでしょうね。
まあそうだろうな。
それに比べてあの子、宮代先輩の前では割と素直だったみたいですね。先輩ってとぼけた顔して実は女の子の扱いがうまかったりするんですか？
Arimura grinned. Of course I do. I've read every issue of Cool Cat Press that I can find. I couldn't actually say that though, so I didn't.
違うよ。クルスとユイがいてくれたから。
当たり前じゃないですか。何本気にしてるんです？気持ち悪いですよ。
I was never going to get used to this. For one thing, no matter how hard I tried to glare at her, she just smirked in response. I was trying to think of a good comeback when the door to the club room suddenly opened. The door opened softly, but it was clear that the person standing in front of it was furious.
おい。
Speak of the devil, Kunosato was there, and the light in her eyes was as cold and fierce as ever. Instead of yelling, her voice was low and threatening. I figured that she would eventually find out that we were the ones who had taken Yamazoe, but I didn't expect her to come here so soon.
お前どういうつもりだ。
どうって。
あいつは重要な証拠なんだ。勝手なことをするな。
She's not important evidence. She is an important witness. She is not a piece of item, you trash. Kunosato-san stomped over to me and grabbed me by the lapel. Her arms were so thin that I didn't know where she got the strength from. It was like she was filled with some kind of raw hatred that gave her power.
ちょっとやめてください。暴力反対です。
Sarika and Kurusu grabbed her and tried to pull her off, but she held on to me tightly.
僕は無理にあの子を連れて帰ったわけじゃないです。
何？
彼女はうちに来るのを望んだんです。あなたたちのところには行かないって言ったんですよ。
That was only a half truth, but I felt like I had to say it anyway.
だいたい証拠って何なんですか。彼女は物じゃないです。実験動物でもないです。
Yeah,
だから
bitch.
あなたには渡せません。
You can go on somewhere with that attitude.
何も知らないくせに貴様。
You don't know shit. Her hand gripped me tighter. What the hell's going on? What's wrong with this woman? I felt a powerful rage building up within me. There was a low buzzing in my ears, and Kurusu and Sarika's shouts suddenly seemed to be very far away. And then I saw my D-sword. And it was clearer than it had ever been before. Her face suddenly twisted in pain. I looked at her with blurry eyes and saw that a red mark had formed on her pale white wrist, as if something was digging into it. She was gritting her teeth and her breathing made it seem like she was trying to endure some kind of incredible pain, but she still refused to let me go. Arimura's scream sounded like it was coming from underwater. The new violent temptations within me had almost taken control. What she's trying to do is wrong. I'll get rid of her myself. That righteous anger, combined with a maddeningly sweet feeling of omnipotence, overflowed from within me and refused to stop. With this power, I can do anything I want. That's right. Do it. Just kill the bitch.
やめなさいタクル。
I heard Kurusu yell in my ear. At the same time, I felt a strong slap across my cheek. And then Kunosato-san and I were pulled apart. I suddenly gained control of my senses. Kurusu, Ito, and Sarika had grabbed me and were holding me back, while Arimura and Kazuzuki were doing the same to Kunosato. Kunosato-san looked at me with eyes full of hate, and then pushed Arimura and Kazuki away. Sarika quickly grabbed them and held them up.
大丈夫？ありがとう、セ
リ。もうやめてください、久里さん。
Now it was the Empress's turn to get mad.
お帰りください。 ここは部外者がいていい場所ではありません。
She was clenching her hands into fists so tightly that they had turned white, standing between Kunosato and the rest of us, as if she was some kind of guardian.
あなたが何のつもりでうちのタクルやウキ、それから有村さんにひどい仕打ちをするのかは知りません。でも私はそれを許しません。
お前の許可などいるか。今実際に見ただろ。能力者は危険な。
He was only trying to hurt you because you had your hands on him first, fool. God damn hoe.
今すぐお引き取りください。
Kurusu's voice left no room for discussion. Neither of them moved a muscle for a moment.
ちょっと待ってくれ。ストップだ、ストップ。
And then we heard panting coming from the hallway.
どこへ行ったのかと思えば、やっぱりここか、久野里さん。
It was Shinjo-san. He must have been running for a while because his hair was messed up and there was sweat on his forehead.
俺に任せてくれと言わなかったか？
あんたの悠長なやり方では大切な証拠が消されてしまう。
焦るのはわかるが、物には言い方というものがだな。申し訳ない、クルスさん。俺たちは何も揉めたくて来たわけじゃないんだ。
Well, you
じゃあ
didn't.
何のご用ですか？
そう怖い顔をしないでくれるかな。
Shinjo-san looked at both of them troubled, and then he turned toward me.
なあ、宮代君。君の言いたいことはわかる。昨日、ウキ君を連れ去ったことも別に責めたりしない。確かに俺たちが間違っていたかもしれん。だから今日はちゃんと頼みに来た。ウキ君と、あとできれば君と有村さんもしかるべき場所で一度検査を受けてほしいんだ。
はあ？
Ari and Vera responded before I could.
新庄さんこそ頭ん中見てもらったらどうですか？はーい、私喜んで実験台になりますなんて言うとでも思います？
話は最後まで聞いてくれ。これは本当に君たちのためなんだよ。
That's what everybody says right before they just fuck us over with their good morals, right? This is for your sake. Fuck you. His next words came as a shock to me.
実は今しがた佐久間先生に相談をしてきたんだ。
父さんに？
Both Kurusu and I shouted at the same time.
君たちはその久野里さんのやり方が気に入らないんだよな。だったら佐久間先生の友人の病院ならどうだ？
おい、何を勝手に決めて。
久野里さん。
Shinjo-san put up a hand to cut her off.
わかるだろ。そうしなきゃ彼らは検査になんて応じないよ。ちゃんと君も同席させるから。
Kunosato-san furrowed her brow in anger, then turned around and left the room. Shinjo-san waited until he couldn't hear her footsteps anymore, and then sighed a little in relief. Then he continued.
ということで、どうだろうな、宮代君、有村さん。何でも佐久間先生、以前は大学の医学部で准教授をしていたらしいじゃないか。
I didn't know that. Kurusu must not have known it either because she looked over at me, confused.
父さんが准教授？
知らなかったな。
ただの変なおじさんだと思ってた。
おいおい。まあ、あのルックスじゃそう思われるかもしれないけど。
Shinjo-san laughed, seemingly in sympathy with my dad.
佐久間先生の友人なら信頼できると思うんだけどな。 どうだろう。
私はどっちにしても嫌ですよ。
そう言うと思った。
Shinjo-san chuckled. He had probably been anticipating that response.
でもな、有村さん、佐久間先生の話だと、君らの能力は身体に対して良くない影響を与えているかもしれないそうだよ。
え？
山添浮君に会ってくるといい。あれで14歳というのは明らかにおかしいと思うんだ。なあ、宮代君。
It was true that Yamazoe looked the same as she did in her old school pictures. It was like the passage of time had stopped for her. If that was caused by her powers.
浮君に関しては絶対に精密検査をすべきというのが佐久間先生の意見だ。そのついでに宮代君と有村さんも異常がないか見てもらったらどうだろう。まあ人間ドックだと思えばいい。それでもダメかな。
Arimura was still unsure, it seemed, but what happened to Yamazoe must have bothered her.
少し考えさせてください。
ああ、それで構わない。
まだ OK したわけじゃないですよ。
もちろん。
ん
I looked out the door where Kunosato-san had just left.
父さんが必要だというなら検査を受けてもいいです。けどその途中でもし久野里さんがその山添や有村を実験動物みたいに扱ったりしたら。
I hesitated for a second, unsure of what to say, but then I continued.
僕だって怒ります。能力を使ってその検査なんかできないようめちゃくちゃにしてやりますから覚えておいてください。
タク？
おいおい。
ダメよ、何言ってるの。
What do you mean I can't do that? Try to lay a finger on them. See what happens. We'll see what we can do. Everyone was shocked to see me act so differently than usual, but I remembered the sense of power, of omnipotence that I had just felt, and shivered a little. That's right. I could do it. I would do it. If I had to, I could do what I just did.
了解だ。検査中は俺が注意をしておく。それでいいだろ。
Shinjo-san sighed a little and shook his head. He was probably trying to come up with a way to keep Kunosato-san quiet and not having much luck.
それじゃあ部活中のところお邪魔したね。
He went to leave the room, but just before he stepped into the hallway, he turned around.
あっといけない。もう一つ大事な話があったんだ。久野里さんのせいで忘れるところだった。
何でしょうか。
It was clear from Kurusu's voice that she was still upset. Shinjo may have been used to dealing with Kunosato, but the Empress was a whole different beast altogether. He flinched a little.
宮代君と尾上さん、あと伊藤君にちょっとね。
私ですか？
俺何も悪いことしてないっすよ。
してないです。
君たち病院の地下へ不法侵入したじゃないか。
あれはですね。
というかそれを言ったら新庄さんや久野里さんだって。
その通りだ。だから今のは冗談として。
冗談になってね。
本気でびっくりしちゃったよ。
聞きたいことっていうのは実はその地下施設のことでね。
Shinjo-san's voice dropped several decibels as he continued.
久野里さんの話だと、施設の PC に南沢千里という女の子のデータがあったというんだが。
I heard Kurusu gasp a little. Shinjo-san didn't know about Kurusu and Minamisawa, though, so he just looked confused for a moment before quickly
久
continuing.
野里さんは君たちも一緒に見たと証言してる。覚えはあるかな？
Suddenly hearing that name almost brought back the trauma, but...
はい、見ました。
データは確かにあったんだね。
はい。
そうか。
Shinjo-san looked at Ito and Sarita too. They both nodded.
なら、これを確認してほしい。証拠品でね、実物を持ってくるわけにはいかなかったんだが。
He put his hand in his pocket and took out a photo. It showed what looked like an ID card. I couldn't believe my eyes. The card looked old, and it was dirty and scratched in spots, but the name and face on it were clearly visible. That's right. The name was Minamisawa Senri, was displayed under the ID number. The expressionless face in the picture was, without a doubt, the girl I had seen in the basement.
どうだろう。同姓同名の別人ってことはないかな。久野里さんはこの子に間違いないと言ってるんだが。
間違いないです。
俺もそう思います。
私も。
All three of us answered instantly. Shinjo-san nodded and put the picture back in his pocket.
そうか。ありがとう。
その子、南沢千里さんがどうかしたんですか？
I asked, trying to say it in a way that wouldn't bother Kurusu.
ゆうべ、そうだな。ちょうど君が浮君を青葉寮に連れて行ってしまった頃か。新鮮駅付近を警ら中だった巡査2名が連続放火事件の容疑者らしき女を発見した。
っていうと、私たちを襲ったパイロキネシストですか？
ああ、君らの証言や有村さんに協力してもらった似顔絵と特徴が一致していたそうだ。何よりも火を使ったらしいからね。
Supposedly, I'm told. Those words probably meant...
逃げられたんですね。
職務質問をしようと近寄った途端にやられた。一人は重度の熱傷で今病院の ICU にいる。もう一人の巡査は女を取り押さえようともみ合いになった。結局彼も手足を焼かれ重傷なんだが、その時女が落としたのが。
He had the photo in his pocket.
Huh?
That woman had Minamisawa Senri's ID card. Why? Well,
それって
obviously...
宮代を襲った犯人がってことですか？
Obviously, it means she's the pyrokinetic. Duh. I wouldn't be surprised if she's the one that gave, the other girl the outfit, right? Suddenly, there was a loud crash. I turned and saw that Kurusu had gone deathly pale and had grabbed a table to keep herself from falling over. Her teacup was lying scattered on the table. The sound was probably from when she had dropped it.
クルス？
先輩！大丈夫？
ええ、ごめんなさい。ちょっとめまいがしたものだから。
座ってろ、副部長。
ありがとう。
Kazuki dragged a chair over for her to sit in, and she collapsed down on top of it. Shinjo-san seemed to realize that something was wrong. He hesitated a moment and then asked in as soft a tone as he could muster.
クルスさん、もしかして君も南沢千里のことを何か知っているのか？
新庄さん、そのことは。
平気よ、タクル。
Kurusu looked up at him and cut me off. And then she told him how Minamisawa Senri was her childhood friend and that she was being used as a test subject in the experiments conducted in that basement. And finally...
でも、千里は渋谷地震の被災者として慰霊碑にも名前が刻まれています。犯人であるはずがありません。
That's how she finished.
そうですよ。あの地震の犠牲になったんだろうって久野里さんも言ってましたし。
I quickly added. Shinjo-san thought for a moment and then spoke, even more gently than before.
クルスさん、よく話してくれたね。ありがとう。彼女の死の記録が事実かどうかは今警察で再調査を進めている。その状況次第では申し訳ない。改めて署の方で話を聞かせてもらうかもしれない。
構いません。何かの間違いだと信じてますけど。
There was no doubt in her voice. Shinjo-san chuckled a little.
君の友達を疑いたくはないが、因果な商売でね。犯人の正体はともかく、宮代君と有村さん、君らはまた狙われる可能性がある。用心だけはしていてくれ。
やっぱりそうですかね。
君たちは能力者だとバレてしまったんだ。何かあったらすぐに連絡を。24時間いつでも構わない。あと南沢千里の件に関しては、警察から正式に発表があるまで外部に漏らさないでくれ。真偽がはっきりするまでマスコミあたりに騒がれたくない。頼んだよ。
Shinjo-san took one last worried look at Kurusu and then left the room. Everyone fell silent, lost in their own thoughts. In the end, we canceled the club meeting, and Kurusu went to the student council to finish up her work. She was still pale. We all got ready to go, but for some reason, no one actually left. Sarika and Arimura were flipping through magazines. Kazuki was still silently playing ESO2. Ito and I were thinking about the case and glancing occasionally at the map on the wall. There was a new sticky memo on the map. While I was trying to decide if we should add it, Kurusu had written it down and copied it herself. Her normally beautiful handwriting was a little unsteady. She had probably been shaking as she wrote it. But the pyrokinetic is not the killer, you stupid fuckers. If this boy would tell you about the sumo stickers coming to life, we would know that somebody has powers connected to the sumo stickers, right?
Minamisawa Senri.
Unnecessary drama. Unnecessary drama.
確かに似てたな。ID カードにあった子供の頃の写真と有村の証言の似顔絵。
Arimura looked up from her magazine. She was staring at me. She didn't say it aloud, but it was obvious that she was trying to tell me that she thought so too. I thought back to when we had been attacked by the pyrokinetic. She was a lot older, but if the girl on that ID card grew up, she might look like that, yeah.
それじゃ僕らを襲ったのは。でもそんな。
Well, she might have blamed you for not rescuing her. I mean, Depending on what happened to her after you left her there, I can't completely blame her for blaming you. Looks like she went through some
なんか
shit.
もう少し情報らしきものがあればな。
もしかするとあの子なら何か知ってるかもしれない。
あの子？
ああ。
I hesitated for a moment, but then realized that we weren't getting anywhere as things stood, so I held out my hand toward Ito.
悪いがスマホ貸してくれ。
お前まだ新しいの手に入れてないのかよ。
Right? Like, get a phone already, Baka?
もうじき買うよ。
Yeah, you keep saying that. You keep saying that. I took the phone from Ito and dialed the number. After a few rings, I heard a voice I knew well. It was a gruff voice that I'd heard almost every day lately.
はい、青葉いいんです。
もしもし、父さん。僕だけど。
おお、タクルか。どうした？
あのさ、山添さんなんだけど、今どうしてるかなと思って。
ああ、今診察室のベッドで点滴をしてる。軽い栄養失調が見られてな。お前が言うようにかなり劣悪な環境にいたんだろう。
今って電話に出られるかな？
眠ってはいないから大丈夫だとは思うが、ちょっと待ってろ。
I could hear him get further away from the phone. A second later, I heard a loud, high-pitched girl's voice.
ちょっとタクル兄、ウキちゃんは治療中なんだから邪魔しちゃダメだよ。
お前の大声の方が治療の邪魔じゃないのか。
Yui had probably been so worried about Yamazoe that she had raced home after school. It was great to see her being such a good friend, but right now it was a huge nuisance.
ああ、いいから山添さんに代わってくれ。大事なようなんだ。
後じゃいけないの？
これ絶対に内緒な。できればクルスには聞かせたくない話なんだ。お前も黙ってろよ。
There was silence on the line for a moment as she thought, but eventually she reluctantly agreed.
わかった。待ってて。
Since it was just me, she probably didn't feel the need to put the call on hold. I could hear doors opening and closing as she went to the exam room. There was some whispering, and then I heard another girl's voice.
もしもし。
ああ、急にごめんな。具合良くないのか？
大丈夫です。私は平気だと言ったんですが、佐久間先生とゆいさんが心配してくださって。
そっか。
I was relieved to hear that she wasn't in bad shape. What I was about to ask might be bad for her, mentally.
あのな、もしかして南沢千里って子知ってたりしないか？
はい。
南沢千里。記録によると渋谷地震まで君と同じ施設に通っていたはずなんだ。年齢は6年間だから12歳くらいかな。
南沢千里さん。
そうだ、どんなことでもいい。彼女について何か覚えていることはないか？
南沢さん。南沢さん。
She seemed to be trying her best to remember. I saw that the rest of the newspaper club, not just Ito, but Sarika, Arimura, and Kazuki as well, were staring at me, trying to hear the conversation. Yamazoe thought a little more before she spoke.
直接会ったりお話ししたことはないです。
でも
何度か治療室に入っていく姿を見かけたことがあります。あの子は私よりも辛い治療をしてるって。 だから私も頑張るようにって先生に言われました。
I remembered the experiments I had seen as a little kid, as well as the tiny girl crying for help. I shivered. But Yamazoe had it far worse than I did. She had actually been exposed to the same torture that Minamisawa Senri was.
ごめんな。嫌なこと思い出させて。
いいえ、私はそれが嫌なことだとは思っていませんでしたから。
そっか。他に何か覚えてることはないか？
あと、そうですね。南沢さんは随分と足が悪かったみたいです。
足？
Mm-hmm. And that's why she's dragging her leg.
はい。私が見かけたときはいつも片足を引きずっていて、先生に支えられるようにして治療室へ入っていきました。
片足を引きずって。
なので私はてっきり施設で足の治療をしているんだと思っていたのですが。
Dragging her leg. Wasn't that the same thing the pyrokinetic was doing? Mm-hmm.
宮代さ
ん。いや、ごめん。また何かあったら聞くよ。ありがとう。
はい。それではゆいさんに電話を
そのまま切っちゃってくれ。うるさいから。じゃあまた後で。
ちょっと、なんか聞こえたよ。うるさいって
何？ I hung up the phone before she could finish and handed it back to Ito. Then I looked at the map again. You know you're going to regret that when you get back home, right, bud? Yeah, you're going to regret that when you get back home. I saw the 2 notes that Kurusu had written with a shaky hand. Pyrokinetic found had Senri's ID card. Pyrokinetic is not the killer, though. You guys.
あの女は本当に南沢千里なのか？
Yes, it's pretty obvious at this point it's Minamisawa. It's pretty obvious at this
でも
point.
彼女はもうこの世にはいないんだろ？
Obviously
副部長が言うよう
not.
に慰霊碑にも名前があるし。
Obviously not.
なあ。でも地下で見たデータでは行方不明になってた。
だからそれは。
そう、新庄さんにも言ったけど、僕はそれが彼女の死を意味すると思い込んでいた。クルスもそう言ってたし。けどもしそれがデータ通り本当に行方がわからないだけだとしたら。
どういうこと？
Sariko was looking between me and the map in confusion.
尾上も覚えがあるだろ。AH 東京総合病院は渋谷地震の時災害拠点病院の一つになっていた。被災者のデータはいくらでも共有できたはずだ。
そうなるとちょっと変ですね。慰霊碑に名前があるってことはどこかの病院あるいは警察で彼女の死亡が正式に確認されたってことですもんね。
だろ？あんな実験までやっていた連中が大事な被験者の死亡情報を見逃すはずがない。
確かに行方不明なんて書かないよな普通。
Ito crossed his arms and thought.
ってことは死亡したっていう情報が間違いもしくは嘘か？
新庄さんは多分それを疑ってる。南沢千里という子はまだ生きていて、そして僕たちを狙ってるってことだ。
The red sun was about to sink below the buildings on the horizon. I looked out the window and saw that the sunlight had illuminated the clouds and formed a brilliant twilight. But soon it would disappear, and the cold night would come.
でもさ、仮に犯人が南沢千里だとして、なんでお前を襲うよ？
それは わからない。なぜか能力者を恨んでいて、たまたま僕が引っかかったのか。
Or maybe she remembers you when you failed to save her, idiot.
だったら、わざわざニュージェネの狂気事件をなぞる必要なくね？
She's not doing that, though. That's not her.
宮代の推論通り、犯行に何かメッセージがあるとすれば別だけどな。
Some kind of message. Back then, when Minamisawa Senri had begged me for help, I had left her there. I was just a kid. What could I do? No matter how much I told myself that, she probably wouldn't agree. She had probably thought I was a ray of hope, but I had left her there and ran away. It wouldn't surprise me if the memories of that turned to hatred and rage that she would never forget. And after she was set free during the Shibuya earthquake, she attacked me. Suddenly I remembered the time when she had attacked me. That smile on her face had chilled me to the bone, and she had said to me,
見つけた。
まさか復讐？
Thank you for... Yeah, thank you. Is this whole thing Minamisawa Senri's way of getting revenge on me?
そんなわけあるか。
I realized what I was thinking and slapped my hands against my cheeks to drive the thought out of my mind.
本当にいいの？
おう、任せろや。
やったよ、ウキちゃん。今日から一緒に暮らせるって。
After we got back, Kurusu and I were met with some good news.
はい、よろしくお願いします。もう、だから敬語はいらないってば。
Shinjo-san had come here in the afternoon, and that's what he had worked out. There were several reasons. First, Frisia couldn't keep her anymore, but due to her power, it would be difficult to give her to a normal orphanage. Second, Shinjo-san was taking a different route than the other officers on this case, so he said he couldn't give her to a police faculty. And the most important thing of all was that this is what Yamazoe wanted. Having her old friend Yui here seemed to be helping her a lot.
よかったわね、ウキちゃん。
はい。
She blushed a little and nodded.
父さんもありがとう。
なーに、むしろこっちがありがたいってもんだ。誰かさんと違ってとっても気が利くし、家事の手際もいい。もう少し元気になったら委員の手伝いもしてくれるって言うし、大助かりだ。
父さん、それは私に対する当てつけと考えていいの？
Yui pouted, but Dad just laughed and ran his hands through her hair.
部屋はどこにしようかしら。今空いてるところってないわよね。
私と一緒でいいでしょ？ね。
そういうわけにはいかないわ。ユウとはどうするの？
別にいいじゃない。平気よね、ユウ。
ほら、ユウと困ってるでしょ。ダメよ。
だったら僕の部屋は？
嘘。タクルに行ってもやらしい。
いくらなんでもそりゃまずいだろう。
違うよ、そういう意味じゃなくて。
Once this case was settled, I intended to leave, so I could sleep in the dining room or something, and she could have my room. But Kurusu seemed to know exactly what I was thinking, and she poked me in the stomach.
なんだよ。
ダメですからね、また勝手に出て行ったら。
ここにいるのは事件が終わるまでって約束したろ。
そうだけど、あなたがだらしないからよ。一人暮らしなんて気が気じゃないって何度も言ってるでしょ。
Dad suddenly slapped his hands together.
ああ、そうだ。一つ部屋が空いてるじゃないか。
え？
ほら、今は使ってないが、以前ナースの宿直室だった。
あそこって物置じゃない、今。
でもな、日当たりもいいし、物置にしとくのはもったいないと思ってたんだ。
そう思ってたのなら、もっと早く片付けてほしかったわ。
Kurusu sighed and turned to me.
明日部屋の片付けをしましょう。手伝ってね。はーい。
Yudo answered cheerfully.
でも今夜はどうしようか。ゆいとウキちゃんが一緒で、ゆうとは父さんとでいい？
よし、決まり。布団用意しなきゃ。ゆう、手伝ってくれる？私、自分でやりますから。大丈夫。ウキちゃんは何がどこにあるのかまだ分かってないでしょ。あと敬語はいいってば。はい。だからそこははいじゃなくてうんうん。ね、言ってみて。でも私も手伝うので。そう？それじゃあ一緒に。
ああ、ちょっと待ってくれ。
I stopped Yamazoe before Yui could take her out of the room.
どうしたの、タクラに？
山添、新庄さんから話は聞いたけど、もう一回だけ確認させてくれないかな。
はい。
僕のスマホ、今どこにあるか本当に知らないんだよな。
スマホ？ほら、こういうのだよ。
Yui took out her phone and showed it to her. When Yamazoe saw it, she finally seemed to remember.
新庄さんが見せてくれた電話機のことですね。あれは、落ちていた場所に戻したんです。
その後、誰が拾ったのかわからないか？
はい、すみません。
そっか。
So it was just like Shinjo-san had said after all. Then who exactly had my phone and the picture inside it? And how had they been able to call Ito's phone? There's another person you're not even considering. You're not sharing all the info. Ah, this boy.
ああ。
それじゃあ寝る準備しに行こう。父さん、とりあえず病院の使ってもいいよね。
おう、この前干してからまだ使ってないやつがあったろ。あれ使え。あとシーツも。
分かってるって。ああ、そうだ。ねえ、ウキちゃん、お風呂も一緒に入らない？はい。だからはいじゃないでしょ。言っとくけど、ユウは別だからね。
わかってるよ。
ユイのやつ、随分とはしゃいでるな。
そうね。でもわかるわ。やっぱりお友達っていいものよ。
Yui took Yamazoe and Jiro out of the room.
クルスは大丈夫か？
どうして？
ほら、食費とかいろんな世話とか一人分増えるだろ。
世話は平気よ。ウキちゃんはいろいろ手伝ってくれるって言うし、むしろ楽になるくらい。食費とかはまあ父さんが頑張ってくれれば。
おお、任せとけ。ちょっとトイレに。
Dad quickly ran out of the room to escape Kurusu's gaze.
まあ。
She chuckled, but there was a kindness in her laugh. How's Miyashiro? Completely awakened. Shall I do it? More. More? Yes, more. More suffering, more regrets. More. Sunday. Arimura, Yamazoe, and I got a full medical check at a hospital run by one of Dad's friends, just like Shinjo-san had suggested. And now the numbers, brainwaves, electrocardiographs, MRIs, and other images were lined up on Dad's computer screen. Of course, as a complete amateur, I had no idea what any of it meant. Kuno Sato-san was talking to my dad as if she was one of his colleagues, rather than addressing him as the much older man that he was.
おかしなものって何ですか？ただでさえこんな検査されてムカついてるのに。しかも今日って友達と約束あったんですよ。女子同士って一度断ると後々面倒なんですけど。
Arimura put her hands on her hips and complained. Yamazoe, for her part, looked scared. She was hiding behind me and trying to stay out of Kuno Sato-san's sight.
素人は黙ってろ。邪魔だ。
はあ？冗談じゃないですよ。ここでちゃんと言っとかないと、この先どんな実験をされるか分かったもんじゃありませんからね。
そういうことを言うど素人が一番腹が立つ。
なあ有村さん、久野里さん、そうやって一日中喧嘩してて疲れないか？
Shinjo-san sighed like he always did. Arimura's eyes narrowed as she glared at Kuno Sato-san, who just laughed.
で、佐久間先生、結果はどうでした？
分かったことがあればなるべく早くお願いします。できればこの後買い物に行きたいんで。
ああ、そうするよ。まずウキちゃんの成長阻害因子に関してだが、これはすぐには分からん。染色体からホルモンの分泌異常まで詳しい結果が出るには時間がかかる。で、タクルと有村さんに関しては体はどこにも異常なし、どの臓器もすこぶる健康だ。ただしタクルは食事のバランスが明らかに悪い。特定の栄養素が欠乏してる。これはののによーく言っとくからな。有村さんは少し甘いものや油を控えた方がいい。ジャンクフードもやめること。このままだと確実にメタボへ一直線だ。
体のことは別にいい。脳はどうなんだ？
ああ、これが MRI だが。
Dad clicked on one of the images, which displayed images of a human brain. Arimura must have found the sight of her own brain creepy, because she looked away. Yamazoe didn't seem to know what it was and stared at it from behind me, confused. Kunosato-san flicked through the images slowly, checking each little part in turn, but then finally tossed it away.
3人ともネガティブだな。
ああ、ネガティブだよ。
ネガティブ？嘘、頭悪いってことですか
Arimura staggered back as if she had been given some kind of shocking news.
確かに頭が悪いな。バカすぎる。
そんな。
いやいや、そういう意味じゃないから。
Dad chuckled a little.
久野里君、君は聞いていた以上に人が悪いね。
ネガティブの意味もわからないようなやつはバカと断じていいはずだが。
こいつは新庄君の気苦労もわかるね。
でしょう。
Shinjo-san gave Dad a tired smile.
安心していい、有村さん。医学の世界ではネガティブは陰性って意味だ。つまりおかしな症状は出ていないということだよ。
え？
君の脳は至って正常ってことさ。
なんだ、びっくりした。
Arimura sighed with relief, for once acting like a girl her age. Lately, I had finally understood that this was who she really was. She had told me once before that she was always trying to be the person that the people around her wanted her to be.
ギガロマニアックスと脳の肥大化の間には結局因果関係はないのか。
少なくともタクルたちに異常は見られない。君の言うそのギガロなんとかとの関連性は自分で判断してくれ。
Or maybe the enlargement of the brain is a result of how they got murdered, with another Gigalomaniac's power causing them to have a delusion in the dead spots of their brain, making it swell. Like, come on. I mean, I could be completely wrong since I've never played this game before, but it seems like that's the obvious conclusion to me. I mean, that just feels like the right conclusion to me. Kunosato-san frowned and lapsed into thought.
でも一連の殺人事件の犠牲者には特徴があった。被害者の脳に同一の症状が見受けられた。
That's a symptom of the murder, not the person. Kunosato-san showed Dad her tablet computer. It had several brain scans on it that weren't ours. Arimura looked away again.
これを見ればわかるだろう。どれも大脳新皮質が肥大化している。
ああ、言われれば確かに。
Dad whispered as he looked at the tablet.
肥大化？大きくなってるってこと？
まあな。
およそ 1.2 倍といったところか。そこで今回お前たちの脳に同様の症状があるのか見せてもらったわけだが。
Unless it's not actually a murder? What if they were using their Gigalomaniac powers so much that their brains started to swell and it was essentially a fancy sneeze. I had to sneeze. Random sneezes. What if because they were using their Gigalomaniac powers, their brain swelled, and because it sort of like turned on itself, like when a person's immune system will start attacking itself for one reason or another. What if that's what happened? Hmm.
結果はネガティブだった。お前たちの脳は通常の人間と変わらない。
つまり被害者にだけ脳を肥大化させる特別な何かが起こった。
さあそれはどうだろうな。この程度なら日常生活に支障のあるレベルじゃない。知性や知能にも影響はないだろう。本人も気づいてなかったんじゃないか。
つまりもともとそういう脳をしていたのか、死の間際に異常をきたしたのか、あるいは脳に異常をきたしたせいで死んだのか、断定はできないということですか。
Dad looked at the tablet and nodded.
そういうことだね。
いずれにせよ考察のためのデータが乏しすぎる。せめてあと 2,3 人被害者が出てくれればいいんだが。
だからそういうことを口にするのはやめろ。
Shinjo-san treated it like a joke, but her face was completely serious and terrifying.
っていうか、つまり今日の私たちの検査はあんまり意味がなかったってことですか？冗談じゃないんですけど。
いや、そんなことはないさ。有村さんがすこぶる健康で脳にも異常なしって分かっただけでも収穫じゃないか。
Shinjo-san tried his best to make her feel better, but
私に向かって心にもないこと言っても無駄ですよ。これだから有村は厄介だって思いましたね、今。
そんなことあるわけ。
Shinjo-san gave up and lowered his head.
すまん。
ああ、せっかくの休みが潰れちゃった。私そろそろ行きますね。
Arimura grabbed her bag and tried to leave.
ちょっと待て。
But she turned around at the door when Kunosato-san stopped her.
何ですか？
最後にもう一つ手伝え。お前の能力が必要だ。
嫌です。
だから久野里さん、物には頼み方というものが。
But Kunosato-san ignored him.
山添右京の能力についてちゃんと聞いておきたい。
Yamazoe shivered and hid behind me. Dad saw her and frowned in a way that only I could notice. Then he said, I'm going to hit the restroom, and walked past Arimura and out the door. On the way out, he whispered to me,
俺は向こうへ行ってるわ。超能力なんて話は医者の領分じゃねえ。聞いてるだけでこっちの頭が変になりそうだ。
After Dad left, Kunosato-san looked at tiny little Uki with, well, just show him your powers, bro. As a doctor and a scientist-minded person, he can't exactly deny it if you lift a pin right in front of him like you did with your classmates. That's still hard to deny.
お前自身にもよく分かっていないようだが、とりあえず知っていることだけでいい。話してみろ。
Her harsh tone only scared Yamazoe more, but I looked at her and nodded, and she tried her best to work up her courage.
私は誰かが心に描いたものを形にしてしまうみたいなんです。
That is interesting. Normally the powers are what you imagine, right? because you're the one creating the delusion, but she makes other people's delusions into reality?
誰かが心に描いたもの？
それは誰の思考でもか？
私の近くにいる人です。
形というのはつまり実体化させるということだな。例えばここにあるコインを私が思い描いたら。
Kunosato-san took out a penny and showed it to Yamazoe.
そういうものの場合もありますし、そうじゃないものもあります。
そうじゃないものっていうと？
何と言えばいいのかわからないですが、例えば状態を。
状態？
綺麗になりたいとか、こうなってほしいとか。
それが現実になるっていうのか？
現実なんでしょうか。私にもよくわかりません。
それは今やろうと思ってできるものなのか？
いえ、意識してできるわけではないです。
どうだ、有村。
Kunosato-san looked over, but Arimura just turned her head.
はいはい、その子嘘はついてませんよ。全部本当みたいです。
無意識のうちに他人の思考や願望をリアルブートしてしまうということだな。
なるほど。それならこの前フリージアから姿を消した方法も説明がつく。百瀬さんの思考がリアルブートされてしまったわけか。
So her power could only reboot other people's thoughts and wishes, but not her own. It was like her own life. She had no hopes of her own and only lived her life for the sake of others. In a way, it was a very sad power.
好むと好まざるとにかかわらず能力を発動してしまうという点では、そこにいる有村ひなえと同じ部類だ。能力自体は大したものだが、不便なものだ。
ふん、不便で悪かったですね。
で、それはいつからだ、山添。いつからそんな能力を身につけたのかと聞いている。地下施設での実験中にか？
いえ、私は劣等生でしたから。
ならいつだ？
多分渋谷の地震の後からだと。
やはりな。
やはりってのは？
こいつらの話と、あとあんたが調べた被害者たちの過去、それらを総合して考えると、能力に目覚めたと思われる時期がほぼ同じだ。
あの地震が原因だってのか？
まだ仮説だがな。
Kunosato-san started to type something into her tablet.
待ってくれ。地震なんてどこでも頻繁に起こってる。その度にギガロマニアックスが生まれてたらキリがないじゃないか。
いや、私が言っているのは地震そのものじゃない。